the Blast from Our Past Network.
Hey, this is Chelsea Field. You are listening to Podcasting After Dark with Corey and Zach.
Lock your doors, close your windows, turn out your lights, for chills and thrills await you. It's time for Podcasting After Dark with your hosts, Corey Stevenson and Zach Schaefer. Stay with a friend, say your prayers as grisly ghouls close in to seal your doom. Tonight's episode, Harley Davidson and the Marlboro Man, starring Mickey Rourke, Don Johnson, and Chelsea Field.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the second annual $2 late fee Podcasting After Dark crossover event.
Woohoo!
Wow, that was a lot to say on one breath. I am one half of the Pad Proper team, Corey, aka Sleazy C. Joined with me, as always, my brother from another mother, Zach, the total snackage Schaefer. What's up, dude?
What's happening? I'm gonna improvise and do a bunch of stupid shit, but I'm gonna look cool doing it.
Are you gonna have jelly dripping off of your lips and powdered sugar on your hands?
I sure am, and I'm gonna burn toast on a toaster, and I'm gonna cook some eggs for you guys on the toaster, and all the while gonna rock out to "Won't It Hurt Love."
Awesome. And it wouldn't be a $2 late fee crossover event without my other brother from another mother. Dustin, what's up, my man? Dustin Rubin, I should say. Give you your proper name.
Thank you. I mean, I feel like I really got to match your energy because I'm like right down here, and I know we're going into what could possibly be a 9.5-hour recording. So I really gotta keep it. Yeah. So I appreciate you're bringing me up. You're bringing me up. And I'm happy to be here. Thank you guys for having me back for what is surely going to be something.
It's going to be something. Wild ride.
Yep. Dustin's going to be here for 9.5 weeks.
Yep.
Get it?
And we're going to be looking for some wild orchids.
We sure are. If we find the hot spot.
And they took my thumb, Charlie.
So last year, as you all know, we tackled the quintessential 80s movie, The Wraith, and everyone freaking loved it. That episode did so well for Podcast After Dark. I hope it did just as well for you guys, but it was a fantastic discussion with a lot of love. This year might be something a little different. So my pick for this year was Harley Davidson and the Marlboro Man. 1991. I honestly, to be completely truthful with you guys, when Zach and I first incepted this podcast, this movie was probably at the top of my lists to wanting to discuss at some point. It was in there, just things I threw out at Zach, like, hey, let's talk about this, let's talk about that, and oh, cool, awesome, And I remember this movie very fondly from my childhood. But, as we always say, nostalgia is a hell of a drug. And we'll dig into all of that as we go through the film. I do hope that everyone has listened to the first episode in this series. This is technically the second episode, our freeform discussion, which is on both feeds, but the $2 late fee proper episode was more of a freeform discussion, and we talked about some of the music in the movie. We're going to try not to cover the same ground and talk about totally different stuff here, but of course, listen to that first, then listen to this, and then if you're listening to this episode later, go check out the Chelsea Field interview that will be dropping soon. So, since I'm rambling on, I'll just say my experience with Harley Davidson and the Marlboro Man, 1991, probably watched it when it first came out on VHS, so that puts me, around 12 or so? The perfect age to think this movie was fucking great. At 44, after having watched it 3 times in as many weeks, well, it has some great parts in it, and I will not blanketly shit on this film, but I will say that it has its problems. Again, nostalgia is a hell of a drug, and I'm going to cite one specific scene in the movie when it happens to where my memory of it is so much stronger than the actual scene itself. But before we get into all that, Dustin, what is your experience with Harley Davidson and the Marlboro Man?
Such a good setup in regards to kind of, I appreciated your overview of the, part 1, part 2, part 3. Well, like yourself, I watched this somewhere in the realm of not right when it came out, but maybe when it hit HBO or possibly a rental. I don't recall, but this would have been 92, 93. I remember it as a buddy movie. I remember it maybe not being cool, but being something interesting or, slightly witty, the sort of the back and forth maybe between two bros who are like, love each other. They're just kicking ass and vengeance and friendship and all that stuff. And then of course, rewatching for our first round with $2 late fee. It was like waking up from a bad dream. And I was like, what is this? This is,
or it was like waking up from a good dream into a maybe not so good dream.
Right. Like, what did I was that real? What just happened? And then I tried to rewatch it to break this down today, and I couldn't do it, guys. I just couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I was like, I'm wasting my life, and I don't. Yeah. So anyway, not to spoiler alert about how I feel about it, but it's something. It's something. And yeah, nostalgia, a hell of a drug, all that. I echo it.
Zach, we know if you listen to the other episode, you know that Zach lands very far on the other end of the spectrum. And I do hope maybe by the end of this episode, I will creep closer to where you are. Don't know about Dustin, but Zach, what do you think of Harley Davidson, the Marlboro Man? What's your experience with it?
Well, I just got to say, when you say nostalgia is a hell of a drug, you got to do it with a little Jim Ross in there, like, nostalgia's one hell of a drug. I have seen this movie multiple times since it first came out. I saw it opening night at the Meridian Quad Theater in San Jose, California, with my brother and his friends, and we were so excited. We thought from the trailer it was going to be like the next coming of Christ. We thought it was going to be this ultimate action movie. Yes, very much disappointed by many scenes in this film, or characters specifically. But I have watched it multiple times since, almost to the point where I'm like, let me watch it again to make sure I really didn't like that part, or, and there's parts in this film where I'm just like, oh yeah, that's so great. And then there's other parts in this film go, oh man, if they had just done that a little bit better or had more of a plot there, it would have pushed it over the edge for me. But I had it on VHS. I had it on DVD. I got the Blu-ray when, like Corey said, when we first talked about podcasting after dark, I think I went out and bought the Blu-ray soon after because I'm like, we're going to cover this movie. Well, we did almost 4 years later. So I'm glad we did. I'm glad we're covering a movie that we have very mixed emotions about. And I'm glad Dustin's here with that because it's about finding the gem in the coal.
Is Dustin happy to be here?
Well,
though?
you may feel differently by the time. No, it's Corey, to your point, because you said I might feel good by the time we're breaking this down. Has that happened where you don't feel good about a movie and then you guys break it down and you're like, oh, I love this movie?
Well, the thing is, I have mentioned before that it's hard to not fall in love with a film when you're as intimate with it as you are when we break it down. I mean, I'm pausing it every 2 seconds. I lived with this movie for 3 days as I was breaking it down, and I'm trying to get all the nuances and everything like that. But halfway through the movie, it's like I want to love it, right? And I'm expecting to, because at this point, I'm like, okay, I know what the problems are. But I found myself like halfway through it just screaming like, why are you making it so hard for me to like you? Like, why does Harley Davidson and the Marlboro Man try so hard for me not to like it? You'll give us
she smells like soup.
Yeah.
It'll give us one good scene and then it'll completely give us trash after it. And I'm like, what is happening here? It's tonally, it's all over the place and everything, but there is a lot of good stuff on the bones. You just have to kind of dig around to get to it.
Yeah, that's a fair way to put it.
And have you ever just given up on that process? Have either of you guys just been breaking down a movie and been like, this just is just too draining. I don't know why we're doing this, and I'm just pulling the ripcord?
No, we've never called it ever like halfway through, but this won't be the first movie that we've broken down and haven't loved. Look back at the, ladies and gentlemen, check out our
right?
Night of the Comet episode that was an episode that we both did because the cult movie community was like, this movie's great. And Zach and I were like, but we don't really like it. So let's put it out there and see why. And I did find myself enjoying a lot of Night of the Comet, but still feeling at the end that my original thoughts were the same. But this is definitely a bit different for us, or at least for me, because we don't tend to go this deep into a movie that we don't absolutely adore.
Well, Dustin hit the nail on the head, though. Cyborg, for me, was a movie that was probably, people say, oh, it's the best JCVD movie of all time, whatever. That's fine. Everyone's entitled to their opinion. However, I think it's crap. I think I was like utterly disappointed. I'm like, man, I liked this movie back in the day. I didn't feel that way about this one, though.
That was one that I sort of discovered through breaking it down, because I broke it down, and then Zach kind of helped me get to it on air, where I was like, you know what, this wasn't the strongest movie that I remember it to be. So Harley Davidson, Cyborg, and Night of the Comet are probably, for me, because I think I broke down all three of them, are the three that I've gone into that I haven't absolutely loved going into them. So it's interesting, but we are a review show technically, even though we mostly just review things that we know we love. So it is a love fest. So this is a nice little exercise in not loving something and seeing, you know what? Because I always say, it's easy to just shit on things. I'm going to try to find the love in it, but I'm going to call out what I see,
Well, we tried that with Cyborg. We tried that with because I'd say Night of the Comet, at the end of the day, we were like, yeah, we get why people like this. It just didn't work for us. Cyborg, I was like, no, everybody's kind of wrong. Thinking this is Van Damme's strongest film. It's because it's not.
No,
it's not.
Our target is.
Or Bloodsport.
Or
and then Dustin might say Kickboxer.
Or Time Cop, yeah.
Time won't let me.
Yep. Matter can't occupy the same space, or whatever the line is. Yeah.
That's right.
I love me some
cool.
Time Cop.
But just because, I don't quite love Harley Davidson, the Marlboro Man, doesn't mean I don't have 20 pages of notes to walk through on this, Dustin. So hold on to your butts.
So you do feel a sense of obligation. In other words, you don't just go like, this is just not worth it. And we'll just talk about why it's not worth it.
No, the show must go on. Content must be produced.
Right. Well, I mean, there would still be content. It would just be less detailed, is all I'm saying.
Right.
Right.
And, yeah, because you're like, so how can we make that happen right now?
Tonight. Well, I was just, because my feeling was, and I don't, I'm not in the role where I had to break it down, so I, could be a little more selective. Whereas, I just think there is something, special about just coming to the mic and being like, listen, guys, we couldn't do this, and here's why, and let's just talk about it, and if you feel like the need to go listen to it, then you watch it, by all means. I was just curious if that's ever happened.
Yeah, no, yeah. I get it, and I get where you're trying to get us to as well.
I'm not telling you to do that. Obviously, you haven't done that,
right.
But yeah.
You're right, but my butt is going to be here for 4 more hours.
I will say, too, we because we have a Patreon exclusive option now to for our listeners to pick a movie on our Patreon. If you go to our Patreon and take the highest tier on that, you can choose a movie that for us to break down. So there have been times when specifically Corey has broken down movies that we wouldn't have chosen.
Just gonna throw the patrons under the bus right now, huh?
No, but it's that's been the experiment.
Thanks for your money,
too,
you guys. Chose stupid movies. Please
Crystal's
continue to
listening
pay
to
us.
this right.
Please continue.
Crystal's listening to this right now, and she's like, "How dare you shit on Intruder?
How dare you say Intruder is bad?"
For the 100th time. How dare you shit on it?
I want to clarify something though, because what you guys do is so unique and so special and really so sacred, where you are breaking down all the minutia. That's what I mean. Where you would almost have to kind of pick what to accept and what to reject in a certain way. Because you're like, I'm giving all of myself to this movie over the course of how many days, how many hours,
3 days,
watching it, writing it, breaking it,
3 days
editing
to break it down,
right?
4 hours to record this, and then as well as I do,
Yeah.
a solid 9 to 10 to edit this motherfucker.
Right. Right.
You're like, and
So-
I know where you're
so
going.
that's
You're
what-
like,
that's
you're
what
like,
I'm saying.
and Dustin is like, so, and your time is worth something. I get the equation that you're going to. You're like, is this movie worth realistically?
This is what I'm saying.
48
Yes.
of your
Yes.
hours.
Yes.
I get where you're going, Dustin.
I will say one aspect of this movie that is totally worth it is the cast.
Okay, there we go. Okay,
All right.
Good segue. Good
I'll leave it at
segue.
that. Yep.
Dustin, would you agree that this movie is stacked with a pretty damn good cast?
It is certainly stacked, as we kind of discussed previously on the $2 late fee crossover episode. There's a lot of actors that appear and actresses that you go, oh, that's interesting. Some of them are, almost all of them are underutilized or utilized poorly. And yeah, I think that's kind of the major flaw of the movie.
Or miscast completely as far as like the villains go, which I'll give my 2 cents on when we get to the doughy Baldwin.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Or there's times when I see one guy and I'm like, I want to see more of this guy because I really like him in this particular role. And I was really, of course, he gets killed. But 99% of the people in this movie get killed. Spoiler alert. But this guy was like, I've never seen him quite used this way in a movie, and I kind of liked it, and I wish I could have saw more of it.
Big John Stott?
No, Eloy Casados, who played Jose
Who
Cuervo.
played
Cuervo,
a
yeah.
mute,
Yeah, I thought he was really good, though. I thought
a
I'm
mute
like,
for no reason
I don't-
character.
I don't know if he's doing sign language or not, but I thought he was a pretty cool character, though.
Yeah, I did too, because he has that scar on his neck that kind of gives him that backstory as to like maybe why he's mute or can't talk or something like that.
Everybody's
but yeah, I
got
thought
a
he
scar.
was cool too, and I think this movie you're gonna see when we go through the cast here. This movie is gonna be like awesome, not great, awesome, not great. This movie is chock full of contradictions and like 2 sides of every coin. You know what I
Yes.
mean? So
Well, speaking of contradictions, why don't we start with Mickey Rourke, who plays Harley Davidson? I mean, the man, for those of you that don't know, at one point in his career, well, let's take the wrestler out of the equation, first of all. Let's take that out of the equation and just say up until this movie, he was considered a Oscar-worthy actor, quite possibly one of the best actors of this time up until this point when he made this movie. Would you guys agree with that?
yeah. And my favorite would probably be Angel Heart. I fucking love that movie so much.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Yeah, I mean, I've said Johnny Handsome before.
That's a good one.
But he was in Desperate Hours. If you guys haven't seen that, it's with Anthony Hopkins and I think Mimi Rogers might be in it, and Kelly Lynch. Great late 80s, early 90s thriller. Really like bad dude. But the guy just like his career, it's just a sad story, and fortunately he had The Wrestler, but outside of that, he's taken some really, he just made some bad choices.
And he kind of, I think, cites this movie as a turning point for his career where it started to go downhill because he was, I guess, he viewed this as, he took it for, the paycheck, essentially, and I think we all know, like, we were there, but Chelsea Field even talks about him as well in the interview, and, he wasn't maybe, the nicest guy or whatever, but you all will hear that interview, and we'll talk about some of the stuff she says during that particular scene that she shares with him,
Yeah, thanks to her, we got some good insight. But
yeah.
But then on the flip side of that is our hunky boy in the flesh, Donnie J, Don Johnson. I mean, I know him from what is it? That Boy and Dog movie from the 70s.
Miami Vice?
I
That one.
I rented that movie, A Boy and His Dog. I was looking for some nudity back in the day and rented that movie. It didn't have much in it.
I was looking for some nudity back in the day, and I rented a movie called A Boy and His Dog.
That was a really bad search. I think you did something
Isolate that, guys. I mean, come on. Yeah. Don Johnson, living legend, Miami Vice. Don't fucking say Nash Bridges. Just say Miami Vice, period.
Yeah,
Dead
and
bang.
I'll say that, like, anyone I talked to that I was talking about this movie, my thing is, and I'll say this now for the record, if you've seen Harley Davidson and the Marlboro Man, you don't need to see it again. If you have not seen Harley Davidson and the Marlboro Man, you have to watch it at least once for Don Johnson. I think he is absolutely the reason to watch this movie. He is the best part of this movie. And he doesn't have that many movies to sort of choose from. We talked about that. I can't remember if it was offline or on the $2 late fee episode, but he didn't have like a huge movie career. And this is probably the most like action-y maybe of his movies that he's done.
And Dead Bang.
Dead
Bang too.
Okay, this and Dead Bang. But he's so fucking cool in this movie.
He is.
I mean, yeah, on the short list of people I'd love to interview from the 80s and early 90s, Don Johnson's way at the top of that list. Guy's a fucking superstar.
Dustin, what's your favorite Don Johnson role besides Miami Vice, maybe?
I agree with you about your sort of, you said previously that he kind of oozes sex, and he does. He is, you can almost smell him through the screen, and it's very musky. And none of the characters, by the way, I think shower or change clothes at any point. But
good point. Good point.
These are men.
But yeah, Don Johnson. I mean, I love him in. He is my favorite part. I think of Django Unchained. Other than Christoph Waltz, who's phenomenal. Yeah. And he is great in Watchmen. He's very notable in that recently. Yeah, I'm trying to think if those are the sort of the more recent things that come to mind, because he is a guy who like he still has it. He's on screen and you're like, yeah, he's still got it. He's not a guy who, there's that poignant sadness when you see him. It's not that. It's fucking Don Johnson.
Yep.
Yeah, when Myra and I watched Watchmen, the TV show, and he's in it early on, but kind of doesn't make it past that. Spoiler alert. But I was like, he's old in it and everything, but he still looks great. And I'm like, I haven't seen this dude in forever. And I looked at Myra, I was like, somebody give this man a series. Like, he should still be working constantly. Yeah. He's so good looking still.
Was he in Knives Out? Was he in that?
I didn't see that.
I think he was in Knives.
Yes, he is. He's amazing.
He's really, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, he always steals the show. Steals the show.
Okay.
Do you remember that movie, Dustin, from the 80s called Sweetheart Dance?
I do not.
Jeff Daniels, Don Johnson. That's a good one. Anyways. He plays Robert Lee. He plays Robert Lee, a.k.a. the Marlboro Man. Robert E. Lee? I wonder if it's supposed to be Robert E. Lee.
No, it was Robert Lee Edison was his full name. I know it says Robert Lee on there, but when they announce him at the end, they announce him as Robert Lee Edison when he's about to do the rodeo.
Nice.
Awkward. Uh-oh.
Hey, I didn't break this one down. And then, of course, friend of the show interviewed her, and that interview will be dropping a couple weeks after this episode. Chelsea Field plays Virginia Slim.
And of course, we just reviewed a movie she was in, Death Spa. That was our last movie, end of season 3. And by the way, guys and gals, this is the beginning of season 4. Even I'll bill the $2 late fee episode that we launch as season 4, but this will be our first proper episode.
Oh, wow. Congrats,
4.
guys.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for being on it, my friend.
Really an honor. And so you never have any downtime between seasons. You're just like, on to the next one. So what determines when a season ends?
I think I did it first time at a year, and then this time it's roughly a year, but it kind of made more sense to breaking it. I think Death Spa probably pushed it by like maybe a week or something, but I was like, it would make more sense if we just start season 4 with the $2 late fee crossover. So I don't think I don't think seasons are always going to be just a straight 12 months, you know what I mean? And then now I see on Apple Podcasts, they don't even draw from the season moniker anymore. They don't even like break things by seasons anymore. So you can't even really see that it's a season anymore, basically. Yeah.
Well, it's just more to the point of like, we've been doing this for almost 4 years now. So
basically, yeah.
And the same with $2 late fee. So
because we both launched pretty much around the exact same time. I think you guys might hit the ground running a couple months before us, but roughly around the same time.
We launched in September.
We were after you guys.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, after.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
But Chelsea, we also broke down Prison, which is another movie that Chelsea was in. She tells some really cool stories about working with Viggo Mortensen in that interview too. But yeah, she's Antela, of course, from Masters of the Universe, She shares her thoughts about that movie as well. But she's great. She's great. I wish I would have seen more of her in this.
Yeah, wish I would have seen more of her in this too.
Waiting for you to. I teed it up for you, dude. I
Zip,
teed it
zap,
up for
zop.
you. Slip, slap, slap.
Boobies.
And then I will refer to him as Daniel Baldwin. Corey may refer to him as something else, but Daniel Baldwin plays Alexander.
Is he the Baldwin that was in Vampires? John Carpenter's Vampires?
He was.
Fuck,
Yep,
we're going to see him
was.
again, aren't we, then, for the Carpenter factor?
Unfortunately or unfortunately, I think he was on a show in the. He does a lot of TV. I'd say he's one of the few Baldwins that's kind of kept himself out of trouble for the most part. I know he's had some things as well happen, but he looks like his brother, Alec. He looks just like his brother, Alec.
Just fatter.
Yeah.
And look, hey, you know what? He's a human being. That's fine. We're all different, you know.
He's a human being.
He's a fucking human
my
being. I'm
God.
not going to shit on him too hard, but come on. It was bad fucking casting to make Daniel Baldwin the bad guy here because, first off, he's in a full-body leather trench coat that's supposed to be Kevlar. So all you see is his round fucking balloon head popping out of the top of it, and he does not have like a strong jaw. And it's like, I'm only shitting on him because it's like he's not a villain, guys. Even when he looks tough and everything, he's not a fucking villain, you know. And I'm like, and I'm a firm believer that the biggest thing that will destroy like any kind of action movie or like antagonist movie is if the villain is just not strong, you know. And he might have been on paper, like he does all the right moves on paper, but that face just does, and those blue eyes just do not say intimidation to me. I feel like you could just smack him and he would cry and his little doughy face would just move like, you know. I'm just like, you're not a fucking villain, bro.
I thought he was a cyborg when he showed up. I'm like, he can't be a human. He's like an android or something. You know, well, what would make human men dress up like that voluntarily? You know, with that coat and the thing and their
Crystal Dream.
You're a human man. Tell me why you would dress up like this.
These guys have got to be like robots. These guys.
Dustin, did you ever watch Homicide: Life on the Street? Did you ever watch that show?
A little bit. Mm-hmm.
Because he was on that show for 33 some odd episodes. And great show, by the way. I feel like that's a nice companion piece to Law and Order in a way. Just you know, like gritty, but not too, like, I don't know. I feel like it came out around the same time.
Yeah. I don't really remember him at all in that.
Yeah, he's one of the leads.
Yeah.
Wasn't the intro song like Paint It Black or something?
For Homicide?
Or was that a different show?
I think it was.
Or was that
Paint It-
Mask? I don't remember. What was that?
I think it was Paint It. Slap a leather jacket on it. And,
Yeah.
So kind of to go back to what Dustin was saying about the jackets, I'll go back to what I was saying about, you know, maybe it looked good on paper. Like the idea of them wearing these like Kevlar bodysuits would, like, that's a great idea.
Yeah.
But now you would see them wearing more of like the tactical armor, I would think, and it would look a lot cooler. This just looks like they're wearing oversized gowns. And yeah, because they have the guns underneath. There's weird things like, it makes logical sense because their guns are underneath their giant Kevlar blouses, but it cuts them a weird profile. So again, it's like it makes logical sense and it works on paper, but it doesn't work filmically, and somebody should have stopped them.
yeah.
Because we're talking about that now, does that mean we're now 30 minutes into the movie?
No, we're 30 minutes into the podcast, though.
Okay,
We got
okay.
another 3.5 hours.
Well,
We are. So Jimmy Giles is
we're
played
talking about
by,
characters. Sorry. Okay. I was like, we're talking about that scene, right? We are.
And why isn't it Jimmy Beam, though? Or Jim Beam, you know what I mean? Like, everybody
know.
else
Yep.
is, you know.
I think they cheesed out.
Jack
and then you got
Daniels, Virginia Slims, old man, whiskey face.
you could have called him MD 2020 or something like that.
Ah.
Mad Dog, Thunderbird. Giancarlo Esposito from, well, I mean, Better Call Saul, The Mandalorian, the dude from Do the Right Thing, where that's where I remember him first seeing him back in the day.
Gus Fring.
What people could say he's had a better career later in life than he did earlier in life.
He's also like sort of like the head of the company in The Boys as well. That runs all the supervillains. So he's like,
that's right.
Yeah, so it's like he's now in this role now where it's like Moff Gideon in The Mandalorian, where he's just that silent, strong leader type that you kind of don't really see do anything, but yet you're still supposed to be scared of him, you know?
He's intimidating. I mean, he would be more intimidating than Tom Sizemore in that role, I think.
Another miscasting, another weird miscasting.
That to me, that's the ultimate miscast in this movie, because Tom Sizemore plays the villain, the lead villain in it, Chance Wilder, and probably the least intimidating villain on screen ever for me.
Which is weird because Tom Sizemore can play intimidating. And so here's when
it's like a child in this.
Here's where I point to the director, dude. I think Simon Wincer, this is where he drops the ball in bringing out, performances from both Daniel Baldwin and Tom Sizemore, two people, at least I think I know Tom Sizemore can, but I'm sure Daniel Baldwin can if directed well. They turn in doughy performances and not at all intimidating. And even when Tom Sizemore's trying to be like, I'm that greasy slime bag, it just, nothing works with him, and you're just like, why? You've seen him be awesome before,
I feel like Tom Sizemore like oods insecurity in this role. Like he's playing opposite two guys that probably he looked up to as a young actor, and he looks to me like a deer in the headlights through the whole movie.
Yeah.
That was the vibe I got from Daniel Baldwin when he was holding Don Johnson like hostage at the end. And yes, Dustin, we are now in hour 2 of the podcast, so we're about done. No, I'm just kidding. But I was like, I could see it in Fat Baldwin's eyes. He's holding Don fucking Johnson, and I can see it in his performance that he knows he's not Don Johnson. You know what I mean? So like, meaning like, I could feel the insecurity in Daniel Baldwin's performance there. And I think you're right about Tom Sizemore as well.
This would be one of those movies where I feel like we could probably have a lot of fun recasting it. I don't say that a lot, but this could be super fun.
Well, let's just for this role, the villain, who would be a good villain? Take yourself back to 1991. Who would be a good villain in this?
The first person that comes to my mind is Gary Oldman.
Yeah, dude, that would have been perfect.
He would have done something kind of quirky and awesome, and he would have been very dynamic with it, and made him a little crazy, like in a dynamic way.
But based on budget and the fact that they probably maybe couldn't afford a big name, I'd say Robert Davi.
Yeah, that's great too. Obviously,
like a good solid
Goonies,
everyman villain.
Yes, slightly Italian and maybe a little mobstery.
Yeah,
yeah.
And the sad part is, if you ask me that question, I would say Tom Sizemore, but with a better director. But when you, but the funny thing is, like, I'm looking at Tom Sizemore later, with in my head with like Saving Private Ryan and whatnot. But when you look at it now, like he's only been in Point Break, uncredited as a DA agent, Guilty by Suspicion, Flight of the Intruder, Blue Steel, Born on the 4th of July, Rude Awakening. But like that's Lock Up, and that's kind of it. No like major roles in there. And like in my head, the roles I think of with Tom Sizemore, I love him in True Romance as Cody, the police officer Cody. I think he was great in that. I think he's fucking great in Saving Private Ryan too. Like I know that movie's kind of like whatever, but I think he's fucking fantastic in it. And then he was great in Natural Born Killers also.
Yeah.
I'll throw another villain out at you though, because you said Blue Steel with Jamie Lee Curtis and Ron Silver. I'd say Ron Silver would have made a great
in Zoolander
bank villain.
Yeah. No, he would have been.
But Gary Oldman for sure.
Tom Sizemore kind of plays this the way like Bradley Cooper would play it now.
Yes,
where it's very clean. I'm not saying. I mean, Bradley Cooper's obviously a great actor, and he would do something more with it. But that's kind of. He's just a very sort of milquetoast villain.
Yeah.
Yep.
Agreed. And I just got to call it real quick. Probably my single favorite Tom Sizemore movie is The Relic. I adore that film, and we will be covering it on Pad one of these days.
Talk about an underrated horror flick.
Yeah,
for sure. Yep. And did you mention Heat? Because if you didn't mention Heat,
I mean, come on, guys. Do we need to mention Heat? It's fucking Heat. Everybody knows it. He's great. I love him in Heat, man. Fucking goes out like a fucking bastard in that movie.
So really quick, I'll just throw out these last two names of two of the female leads, two of the female actors in this film, and then we can, obviously, as Corey breaks down the movie, he'll mention a few others that'll stand out. But Vanessa Williams plays Lulu Daniels. Gives one of the worst singing performances ever on screen. It's one of the most ridiculous songs. If you listen to our episode prior to this, there's a clip of her song, and it's like, ooh, it's bad.
What a waste.
It's a waste. Yeah, agreed. A waste.
Yeah.
A waste. And then Tia Carrere has a very small role. Again, a waste, because you're like, shit, she was doing stuff. Wayne's World came out around this time. Showdown in Little Tokyo was around this time. And, she was a big name at this time. So her popping up, maybe she's doing a favor for the director. Who knows?
Or I almost got the feeling that maybe her role was supposed to be bigger at some point, and things got sort of maybe trimmed down, maybe, because you could have just cast any generic person in this where she is in this movie, because there's no point. She had like one line that she said, like, "Follow my tail," and that was it.
I mean, would you though?
I mean, yes.
It's a good line. And then we shit on him enough earlier, and we did it in the first in the $2 episode. Simon Wincer is the director. Yes. Daryl is a big deal. That's one of our favorites of his specifically. He made a movie called Harlequin back in the day. It is a Australian film, kind of a grindhousey, one of his first movies he ever did. But he's seen better days than Harley Davidson.
So I had a conversation with my mother that I never thought was ever going to happen, but I talked to her about like a month ago. She's like, "Oh, I saw the funniest movie. It was called Crocodile Dundee in Los Angeles."
Oh my god!
And I was like, "What? Like, wait, what?
Oh
why did you
God.
watch this?" And she was like, "It was on one of her streaming services, and she just watched it." And I was like, "From like early 2000s?" She was like, "Yeah, it was so funny." And I'm like, "Okay, Crocodile Dundee in Los Angeles. Okay, never thought that was going to rotate back into my life somehow."
That is incorrect. It is not a funny movie, and I'm sorry, Corey's mom. But I actually, for some reason, was watching that fairly recently.
You were.
And right? And
I remember because the other one came out and you were like, "Oh, I think you went back and watched all the other ones."
I wasn't trying to catch up or anything like that. No, it was nothing like there was no intention. It was like it happened to be on or Amazon Prime or something, and I hadn't seen it.
Okay.
And it was one of the most insulting pieces of garbage to a franchise that's, good. Like Crocodile Dundee, first one.
I feel like my mom is being attacked right now for some reason.
No, you're just hitting me at a time where, honestly, I mean, I if I look at my texts, I went off on this movie to several people because I was so, when you have a franchise like Crocodile Dundee or something that like hits people at the right time in the 80s, in the same way Crocodile Dundee and Crocodile Dundee 2 did, and then, Paul Hogan comes back what is it, like 25 years later or something, or maybe more, and he's now like 78 years old, and he's in LA, and they're doing it's all cliches and platitudes, and it's just very you're in disbelief the whole time because you're just like, why I mean, it's a money grab, but like, who's going to see this? Because no one wants to see. It's like if you take
who's the audience for this film?
Right, exactly. And why, we got to throw him in another city now, and he's here, but he's like, there's this scene where he's like on a ride or like the Jungle Cruise or something in Disneyland, and the snake comes out and he, stabs his knife through it, and it, he breaks this robotic snake, and it's just so grown. Like the whole movie is one giant groan, and that would be fine if it was standalone, but because I do love Crocodile Dundee, the character, and I do love the lore, and I do love
Oh my God.
Crocodile Dundee 2. And then there's this new fucking thing, which is more of a piece of shit, and I will not even see it, but the Fabulous Dundee or whatever, where now Paul Hogan is like a literal skeleton walking around. He's like 99 years old.
Oh, he's coming back? Crocodile Dundee's coming back?
No, he came back. He came back in 2020.
Oh.
You may have missed it because the pandemic was released at a time when it should not have been released, and no one was going to the movies. So it just kind of went. It just came and left because nobody saw it. But it was like, it's him playing himself. It's like this meta thing where he's Paul Hogan, but he's Dundee, but he's reuniting with like everyone that's super old. And it's some of the worst jokes, and it's just very insulting. It's like we just crap out these movies, they don't get the love they deserve. Anyway, that's such a huge digression for no reason at all. But why did you bring it up? Why did we talk about it? Simon Wincer. Yes, thank you. Simon Wincer, right.
And the irony is I actually have a little bit deeper to go. So when I was in college, I had a roommate that I fucking hated. He was a moron. And he had a fucking Crocodile Dundee in Los Angeles poster on his wall. And I kept making fun of him. I'm like, why the fuck do you have the movie's trash? And I just couldn't believe it. That movie's funny. I didn't smoke weed back then. Maybe I would have thought it was funny, but I don't know. But I just he had that poster up for a year. And I was like, why the fuck do you have this poster? Because we were in college. Like, why the fuck do you have this poster? And then I never thought it would come back into my life. And then my mom brings it up. And then now you're going on a Crocodile Dundee diatribe. It's like,
wait,
wow.
But did that movie come out way after college?
No, I was in college in 2001. Yeah, that was right around my time. Yeah.
Crocodile Dundee in LA came out in 2001?
Yeah. Crocodile Dundee in Los Angeles came out in 2001.
That's crazy.
Yeah, fucking 21 years ago. So, hold on. If you were born when Crocodile Dundee Goes to Los Angeles came out, you can fucking drink now. That's wild.
Yeah.
Never thought in my lifetime I would hear a link up of like, if you're this old, then you were born when this came out. Crocodile Dundee. And to your mom, who's a sweetheart, and it's
no, but
we all make choices in life.
Well, but the thing is, here's my question for you, Corey. Has she seen the first two? Or is this just a random standalone?
I assume so. I assume she has. And I'll just say, I've never seen Crocodile Dundee in Los Angeles. I've seen part one. Didn't like part two, but I think I saw it when I was a kid. Need to rewatch part one because there's a lot of ass in that movie, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, thong.
Yeah, that thong, man. That thing was wild.
Yeah.
Talking about this with your mom and talking about thong.
I know.
I picture, I would love it if your mom started rocking a Dundee hat and walking around.
Like she becomes like a Dundee fan.
Walking around her hometown saying, "Good day, mate. Good day, mate.
That's a knife. This is a knife."
Maybe you should watch it. Maybe you should see what we're talking about.
I mean, I'm kind of not against it at this point.
No. Corey, Dustin, every now and then Corey will message me. He's like, "What do you think about this movie? Should I add this to the list?" I'm like, "There's so many other good movies to add to the list besides this, like Harley Davidson and the Marlboro Man."
Life is too short.
By the way, really quick, because as we wrap up the cast and crew, I want to point out Don Michael Paul was the writer of this film. Don Michael Paul has directed and written other things before, but in the 80s, he was on TV. He was in movies. The guy was everywhere. Big, hunky, blonde guy. Dustin and I talked about him with on the Hat Squad with Nestor Serrano when we had him on the show. Corey and I talked about the Hat Squad on TV Obscura. But the guy was, if you look up his early 80s, his mid to early 80s filmography, it was like a who's who of very popular, like he did movies with Kiefer Sutherland, Keanu Reeves, he did Alien from LA, which is one I know Corey's a fan of. Winter People with Kurt Russell and Kelly McGillis.
Well, he was in Rolling Vengeance, the monster truck killer movie.
That movie is awesome, by the way, with Ned Beatty. If you've never seen it, it's so much fun. It's an exploitation. He drives a monster truck. It's great.
And of course, he was in one episode of The Adventures of Briscoe County Jr., a personal favorite of ours.
yeah, like I could kind of go off all day about him because I think I really enjoy his work on screen. Aloha Summer, I brought it up on $2. I brought it up on Pad. Great movie. Like with Chris Makepeace and Yuji Okamoto. Fantastic cast. Anyways, Don Michael Paul, I want to give him, probably credit that where it's not due and say that he probably had a much better script before this movie was made. And he's probably looking back going, I don't want to talk about that movie.
Yeah, I was going to ask because he's the only writer on there. So I'm imagining, I wonder how much is him versus maybe rewrites on set. Because again, there's some cool dialogue in this movie. There's lots of cool shit. And Dustin, to kind of sort of swing back to your point way earlier, I will say one of the things, the benefit of breaking the movie down as extensively as we do, we get to at least call out the minutia, even if it's good or bad, and we might have missed some of it if we didn't do that. And sadly, we probably would have, I think this way, we're probably going to get more good out of it than we would have if we just talked broadly about the film.
Okay, yeah. I buy that. Hey, here's just a quote from Crocodile Dundee in Los Angeles for you. So Crocodile Dundee goes to a drive-through at Wendy's, and she says, "Welcome to Wendy's. How may I help you?" And he goes, "Good evening, Wendy."
Boop, roll the trailer.
Anyway, no, to your point, yes. No, you're absolutely right. You're gonna get all that stuff. Maybe you're going to see. I mean, it's probably just about as much as it connections to other movies as it is this actual movie itself. Knowing who came out of this movie, who who regrets this movie, who doesn't, and it seems like Don Johnson equally is a little questionable on this movie.
Yeah, we obviously only have Chelsea Field to sort of go off on things, but you guys will, of course, hear that interview shortly. So,
doesn't Don Johnson strike you as the kind of guy that you want to have a beer with and you know what I'm saying? Just swap stories.
Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean?
Oh, I would have more than just a beer with Don Johnson, baby.
I don't know, man. Sometimes you say,
Corey wants
who's
to
the
swap
guy?
Other things.
Yeah. Coming from a completely heterosexual man, I have the biggest crush on Don Johnson in this movie. It's real. Ladies and gentlemen, it is fucking real.
Actually, in his older age, he strikes me as the guy that you're into a chick and you go over to her house and you meet her parents for the first time, and you'd rather hang out with the dad because the dad's cooler than the girl you're dating.
Dad you want to hang out with.
Totally. Anyways.
All right, you guys want to dive into this fucking madness?
Crikey, let's do it.
Dive away.
Come on, Wendy.
Harley. Marlboro. If you want to ride their road, you gotta know the rules. Never play cowboy.
School's out, boys.
In a room full of Indians.
It's better to be dead and cool than alive and uncool.
Never go into a bar.
I can't watch this.
Unless you're willing to get smashed.
You're doing pretty good up to there.
Never ride a Brahma bull.
Strap on your seatbelt, get ready to fly.
When you can take a bus.
Does that look like the work of two-bit hoods?
Yeah, pros would have used my keys.
Never rob a bank.
Get back what's mine and kill these men, okay?
Run by bigger crooks than you.
Hey, man, that's what friendship's all about.
Never resist an arresting officer.
Okay, cowboy, let's blow off some steam.
We gotta talk to the man upstairs.
Stand my tail.
No problem.
Never start at the bottom when you want the man on top. Never dive from the 20th floor.
We're gonna jump.
I hate you for this, Harley.
I hate you, Harley!
Unless the pool is full.
You guys are a piece of work.
Shoot him! Mickey Rourke, Don Johnson, Harley Davidson, and the Marlboro Man.
Can't believe you shot me.
Wendy. I love your mom. I love your mom.
Yeah, no, and to be clear, I'm not at all ragging on your mom and her.
No,
and her choices
you're
at
completely
all.
attacking my mother. She is
all.
a saint.
At all. But I would like to know what else she might find funny.
I know it does call into question her tastes. I do agree with you, Dustin. Trust me, I went through all the same emotions that you're going through now.
I just feel very strongly about it because it is, again, great franchise. Why would you do that?
I think the takeaway for me is that I need to rewatch Crocodile Dundee Part 2 again because I don't remember that being that good.
No, it's not good.
It's not.
It's like Short Circuit 2.
But it's in line with the first one.
Yes.
You know what I mean? The dots are very clearly connected. Like Australian in New York, fish out of water. And then, there's this Colombian drug dealer aspect.
That's right. They go back and then don't they go back to Australia and
it's
she's
her,
the fish out of water?
Yes. And then her ex-husband is a journalist who gets killed and involved in these Colombian drug dealers. Drug runners.
You know what it
runners.
is? You know what's a good comparison is like Romancing the Stone and then Jewel of the Nile.
Yeah.
Jewel of the Nile was not that great, but
Yeah.
Romancing the Stone's a classic.
Myra and I watched Romancing the Stone, and
fucking classic.
she loved it, and she'd never seen it before. And but I was like, I don't know if we're gonna get to Jewel of the Nile anytime soon because I saw that as a kid a couple times, and I just don't remember anything that I liked out of it.
But imagine going back 13 years later with those same characters, and then you're just putting them like in Los Angeles for no reason.
Yeah.
And
try that
and
with
try
War of
and
the
fish
Roses.
out of water again, right?
Try the War of the Worlds.
When they did War of the Roses, I'm like, oh, is this going to have the same energy? Nope.
No.
So I will say, Bert and I were talking offline. He was like, what kind of name is Harley Davidson and the Marlboro Man? And I said, the kind of name that requires legal to put a disclaimer at the beginning of the movie. And so we get that with this. The film title is not intended to identify or promote a product or trade name of existing companies. No company has approved, sponsored, or endorsed the film or content of this film. Wow, it's like I'm sure somebody at MGM's legal was pissed off as a motherfucker when they read the title for this film.
For my context, who is Bert?
Oh, buddy of mine that supports the show, but I've known him forever. Just a friend of mine.
Got it.
He's a tay in the wind. Right, Bert? Come on now.
Come on now, baby. So the movie opens on a billboard advertising the Ford's 96 SHO, the legendary spirit of a thoroughbred. The car is actually a 1990 Ford Shockwave. I only call it out because this is one of those movies that is a weird, like, near future, almost, it's not sci-fi, but it's near future and things are a little bit different. It's almost like as if it's an alternate reality. The camera dollies down and we see the billboard is on top of the Alamo Apartments. A radio is playing and we hear the DJ say, well, that's about it for this Independence Day as the clock rocks 12, ladies and gentlemen, on July 5th, 1996. Inside one of the apartments, we see Harley lighting a cigarette and looking out a window while a woman sleeps naked in the bed. If they cut out her nudity, I don't think this would have needed to be a rated. They could have made some general snippets. And this might not have been a rated R movie,
Well, there's a little bit more nudity coming up.
General nippets.
It's a little nippets.
There's a little bit more. And I also want to point out, you said Alamo Apartments.
Apartments.
That was confirmed on our $2 episode that's a real place in Arizona. So if you're tracking that, I guess you could technically say, yeah, he's in Arizona, right?
Yeah, but I think at this point he says he's in Texas or something. At some point later he mentions Texas, but they might have filmed this in Arizona.
Right.
They did film it in Arizona. They actually give the actual address on IMDb, but
yeah.
But fuck me anyway. So
fuck me, right? You're like, I was just trying to make a fun point. Fuck me.
Well, it's just it's so confusing. I mean, this is the same problem that we had in our first discussion. It's like, where the fuck is he? Where is he going? Where is everyone traveling? And, you're right, Corey. Later, Don Johnson's like, where you been? He's like, I've been in Texas. But that doesn't seem like Texas. Of course, it's this weird hybrid now anyway. But yeah, no, right. Shot in Arizona, supposed to be Texas. driving to either Vegas or Burbank or both.
Yeah.
Anyway, please continue. Sorry.
Well, and also too, they don't really explain where he gets the call now, and it's weird because as far as like the hero's journey, we almost don't even see him reject the call. You know what I mean? To adventure, it's like we've already missed that, and now it's almost like an internal call to adventure that he just is like, I'm out of here, guys, to this chick, basically.
Yeah, and I also want to say really quick in regards to the nudity that you brought up, I would totally take out the nude scenes, and you could have marketed this to, it would have been more marketable in some respect. I think the nude scenes actually hurt it, and I think they're totally insignificant. I think she didn't need to she didn't need to show her tits, and then later on this other scene, it's like, well, that kind of served no purpose. So, yeah, I would have cut those out.
You would have cut her tits out. Oh.
Yeah, I would have cut her. Yep.
The DJ continues. There's a new drug out there for kids of America to bury themselves in. It's called Crystal Dream. Now listen to this. You don't drink it. You don't smoke it. You don't snort it. And you don't shoot it. I know what you're asking. What do you do with this thing? Harley looks at a picture in his wallet of him and a young woman. They're both smiling. Well, what you do is you put it in your eyes, and apparently it tells you lies, all right? I'll tell you, all this decadence, and we still haven't nuked ourselves out of here yet. It's amazing. Harley takes a drag of his cigarette and looks at fireworks going off over the town. He closes his wallet and throws it on his riding saddle as Bon Jovi's Wanted Dead or Alive kicks in. Harley gets dressed, looks back at the girl in the apartment and doorway, and walks out of the apartment. The credits play as Harley starts up his Harley Davidson and rides out of town all the way to Los Angeles without a helmet. And I just want to call out this opening, and we mentioned it on the $2 late fee episode, but this opening I think erroneously sets the tone for this movie to be much more kick-ass than it is. But right now, in this moment, and Dustin, you got to agree with me here, this thing is fucking badass in the first 2 minutes, right? The first minute, you're like, this is fucking awesome.
Yeah, because some of the shots themselves are very almost film noir. They're very, there's a lot of backlighting. There's a lot of cigarette lights. The fireworks in the distance are coming through the window. He looks back at her. I don't mind her being naked, honestly. I think it's just like another thing of like, oh yeah, he can just bed whatever woman he wants, and probably doesn't even know her name. They don't say anything. They just exchange a glance, and yeah, and it's you're totally invested in like where this dude is going, and why is he hurrying off now?
Yeah.
He's starting an epic journey through many, many miles. Then he's leaving either, whatever. It's midnight. It's late night. He's driving through the night and into the morning.
Yeah. Yeah. But the thing is, moving forward and rewatching it, it almost paints him as a dum-dum here, because later he doesn't have any idea about the Crystal Dream stuff and all what it does, and yet the DJ just told him what it did. So it was like we heard it, but he didn't hear it, because and as the movie goes on, I think Harley Davidson is not the sharpest tool in the shed, basically.
Yeah.
Or also Mickey Rourke kind of doing his own thing and not even being oblivious to everyone else around him. So he's like, I'm going to go do this thing, and he's not even paying attention to the radio. So
yeah.
He went straight. Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I just thought that the radio was a motivator for him. I actually thought that he heard that, and that was setting off his journey.
And that's one of, I think, the biggest problems with the film is you would think other movies like this, you're like, okay, his girlfriend died from this drug, his sister, somebody he knows. Weirdly, and I'll call it out again, every time they talk about the drugs, it's moot, because the drugs are nothing but a MacGuffin in this film to move the plot along. There's no ramifications. Hell, you don't even see someone do the drugs.
It's horrible.
Yeah.
It's horrible. You set up a cool new drug. You're setting up basically an entirely new device for something cool, for some imagery.
Some cool imagery we could have had, yeah.
What's it going to do to the kids? They're putting it through their eyes. Is it a party drug? Like, what's the deal? Why is it coveted? Right? We learn later it's 100% addictive. And
yeah. You could have easily cut to a shot of, like, I don't know, one of the guys at the bar, all his buddies, and one of them like getting high off it, in the whatever.
No, the girl in bed should be dead from an OD on the Crystal Dream. You know what I mean? Like that's what it should be.
She's dead, and he just walks away like, that was fucked up.
That was fucked up. That's some wild shit right there.
I think too, this movie came out after the movie Alien Nation, and I loved the how they got drunk off of or they got high off of
milk,
milk, right?
Yeah.
A bad milk or whatever. And I
Yeah.
thought it was fucking cool to see a variation on some sort of new addiction.
Yeah.
And I love that idea of like, what's going to be the new thing that's going to hook everybody in. And they didn't do that. So.
Well, and then this is also early 90s, so like crack is also just coming out and everything. So it's like this idea that like designer drugs are like a big deal, And fast forward 2022, we just have fentanyl and everything killing everybody. So, good times. When Harley arrives in LA, he stops at a gas station on Washington and Central. And I know that for a fact because I used to work down there and I could see the building that I worked in across the street from the downtown LA courthouse. I was literally right across the street from the courthouse and you can see it there. And I was like, yeah, there it is. My old fucking building. And I love seeing that shit. He walks into the station only to find the cashier, Susie, played by Kelly Hu, who a lot of people probably know her as Lady Deathstrike from X-Men 2. But me personally, I fucking love her as Karai in the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2012 cartoon. She plays, Karai is actually technically Splinter's daughter, but Shredder sort of raises her and she's evil, but not, you know what I mean? Has a redemption arc and everything.
Cool.
So.
Yeah, she's beautiful.
Oh, yeah.
By the way.
Of course she is. She's Kelly Hu. She sees Kelly Hu being held up at gunpoint by one robber while a second holds two customers down on the ground with a knife. Harley doesn't seem to be fazed as he walks right up to the cashier and gives her $10 for pump number 2. The robber looks flabbergasted and points the gun at Harley's head and says, "Hit the floor, asshole, or I'm going to blow your fucking head off." Harley keeps looking at the cashier and says, if I had a nickel for every time some piece of shit pointed a gun at me, I'd be a rich man. He whips his arm around the gun and puts it behind the robber's back. The gun goes off, shattering the glass. Harley then punches the guy in the face and slams his head off the counter. The other robber lets his hostages go and holds a knife at Harley and says, "I'm going to cut you long, wide, and deep, Motorhead." But Harley makes short work of the guy. Harley bends down and picks up the one robber's gun and puts it in his pants. Susie says that he can pump all the gas he can hold. Harley says, "That's not good business." Before he walks out the door, Susie says, "Hey, mister, got a name?" He looks back and he says, Harley Davidson. Again,
fucking awesome
at this point. Still
awesome.
Fucking awesome.
Yep.
But is it though? I mean, it is awesome. But at this point, you're like, well, what's his connection to the brand?
Right.
At least that's what I'm going, because he's riding a Harley Davidson. Mm-hmm. His name is Harley Davidson. Is he just a guy who loves the motorcycle so much that he named himself that? And then you're like, that's really stupid. But then you're like, or is he actually, part of this lineage? And so it brings up other questions, I feel like, at that point.
My headcanon, and the only way this makes it remotely entertaining to me, is if his name really is Harley Davidson, and he's not saying it with any kind of irony. He's just like, Harley Davidson. And he knows that it's ironic, but at the same time, it's really his name. I do kind of believe that it's actually really his name.
As opposed to Don Johnson, who's the Marlboro Man, but also Robert E. Lee, General.
Robert Lee Edison. He actually has a name as well. Yeah.
Right. Is the gun he picks up the Desert Eagle?
Yes, correct.
At that point. Okay.
Yep. That fucking hand cannon.
Yeah. Okay.
Cut to a biker bar where a woman is stripping on a motorcycle, and Frampton's "The Bigger They Come" is playing. Great fucking song, by the way. And great hoo-has on that stripper. They were fantastic. In the back, Marlboro Man is playing pool with Bronscombe Richard. With Bronscombe... Zach, tell me his name.
Branscombe Richmond.
Okay. With Bronscombe Richmond and his gang of bikers. Did I say it right?
Sure. Branscombe. I think it's Branscombe.
Branscombe.
In the back, Marlboro Man is playing pool with Branscombe Richmond and his gang of bikers.
Yeah. You got it.
He is.
You got it. Oh, my Rick Ducomon. I'm getting flashbacks all over again. I'm starting to sweat again.
Well,
that's
good
funny.
news is you only have to mention him that one time because he's going to be gone in a minute.
But I looked in the screen and I just saw Zach's, like, the look on Zach's face was like, you're doing your best, buddy.
That's what I would say to my kindergartners.
Oh, my God.
Good job. Good try.
You're doing great, buddy.
A for effort. Marlboro walks up to the table and says, you know, my old man used to tell me, before he left this shitty world, there's 5 rules when shooting a game of pool for cash. He puts an unlit cigarette in his mouth. Lesson number 1, always shoot with a cigarette hanging in your mouth. Bronscombe says, can't smoke with no fire, asshole. To which Marlboro replies, I quit, and sinks a ball in the corner pocket. Lesson 2, always know the table before you shoot. We see Harley Davidson walk in the bar. Marlboro sinks another one in the side pocket. Lesson number 3, make sure you chalk that stick real good before each shot. He makes another one. Lesson 4, never make a bet if you can't pay the debt. Marlboro sinks another one. Lesson number 5, if you lose, stand up straight and tall. He points to one of the pockets and says, that corner, then continues, walk like a man. He shoots, and the 8-ball bounces around the table, then lands in the pocket he was pointing to. Branscombe looks on in quiet disbelief. And I just got to say right now, Don Johnson made that fucking shot.
Yep. It's great. It's great. What a great way to introduce that character, too. Just a total badass.
Counterpoint. Not a total badass.
I love this, bro.
Not a total badass. In fact, I found him to be a white mansplaining asshole. And I was totally siding with Branscombe Richmond. I was actually seething. I could not believe that Don Johnson's sitting there still giving lessons. I mean, can you imagine playing pool against this fucking asshole who's going, lesson 4, never fuck, you're like, shut the fuck up and just fucking don't add insult to injury with your fucking white privilege bullshit. Like, you're in my bar. You're in my bar. This is clearly...
And he's the only cowboy in there.
You're the only motherfucking cowboy in here, and you're going to sit here and run through the rules and, like, be a real cocky motherfucker, and then you should keep going.
Yeah, no,
because
I know.
what he says after...
Yeah, because there's a point that... And I'll get to that point in 1 second, because I'm actually with you on that point there, and we'll talk about it in 1 second. Marlboro says, school's out, boys. Branscombe throws his pool stick on the table and tells him to get out of town. Marlboro says he's good to go as soon as I get my 5 bills in my pocket and your woman in my bed. And I was like, oh, see, that's a dick move right there.
Yeah.
Is that part of the deal? Clearly not.
I think so my headcanon, because I think he's awesome in this movie. I don't think you're wrong about some of the stuff he's going to do, but I think he's of the time. I think he said that at that point to goad him, basically.
Yeah.
Maybe. But, like, you know, like, look, I'm all a deal's a deal, and you're going to play pool for a certain amount of money, and clearly Branscombe's character is there for one purpose and one purpose only, to be the fucking bad guy that we introduce. You know, we can introduce Don Johnson in a cool way. In spite of this guy, you know, or at the expense of this guy.
And it's not like his girl is like making goo-goo eyes at Don Johnson.
No.
It doesn't seem like she wants to be bedded by Don Johnson. I mean, we all know she probably does. I mean, I'll take her place. But it felt so 1991 rapey.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and how about you start the scene instead with Branscombe's character, like, I don't know, being just a total asshole to his girl and talking about how great he is at pool. And then you see fucking Marlboro walk up, maybe put $100 bill on the table and say, I got next game. And then he does the rules, and it totally changes the dynamic. They didn't do that. And you're right. It was totally mansplaining, white man being a swagger shit. But if they just tweaked it that little bit, it would have made a huge difference.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm 100% with you, both of you all. I think the movie language, like, we all understand what it's trying to say, and it's probably because Hollywood is racist and has been telling us that the Native American man is angry at us and everything, is always the bad guy. But you're right, 100%. There is nothing that tells us that Branscombe at this point wasn't just an honorable guy. You know what I mean?
He's justified in his anger towards Marlboro.
And now he does say, well, I ain't got no 500 cowboy, and there's no way in hell you're betting down my woman. And I wish that they just, I just wish he said something like, I had that 500, but when you said that shit about my lady, you ain't getting shit now. Like, make them honorable.
Right.
You know what I mean? And I think that would happen nowadays. You know, like, I think it would happen in 2022, but ain't no way in hell that shit was going to happen in 1991.
Right.
No.
And again, as we mentioned in our previous episode, Branscombe is credited as Big Indian. Right?
Yes,
he doesn't have a name.
Yes, he is.
He's just there to serve as the Big Indian.
Big, scary brown man is what Hollywood is trying to basically say, essentially.
That,
Yeah. And they also, the poster, and I think even the trailer mentions it too. It's like, don't go into a room full of Indians as the only cowboy in a room full of something like that.
Yep.
And you're like, come on,
right? It's real on
give
the
me
nose.
a fucking break.
Yeah.
It's problematic in 2022, and you know what? Just because it was the norm in 1991 doesn't mean it wasn't also problematic and wrong back then as well.
Yeah.
We do see his men start circling Marlboro. And Marlboro says, my old man said there'd be blue-bellied chicken shit bastards like you. Just then, Harley walks in the middle of them and says, you jumped on the wrong horse, cowboy. Kind of whispers and says, just in case you didn't notice, you're the only cowboy in this place. Branscombe says that ain't no cowboy. He's more like a pretty boy. Then he starts laughing, and Marlboro starts laughing too, of course. And then he fucking hits Branscombe right in the groin with the pool stick and hits him in the head with the other one, kind of starts fighting and everything. Before the rest of the gang jumps in, Harley says, if he's such a pretty boy, you should be able to handle him all by yourself. So Branscombe kind of waves his men off. Marlboro hits him with a pool cue, but gets slashed along the chest in retaliation. Branscombe charges him, but Marlboro directs his head straight into a metal pole. Branscombe picks up Marlboro and slams him on a table, and then a pool table. Marlboro tries to hold back the knife with one hand and grabs the cue ball with the other and hits Branscombe in the head until he passes out.
Apparently, he did knock him out with that cue ball.
Oh, legit?
Yeah, legit.
Fucking insult to injury.
That's messed up.
And for those of you that may not know, and you're like, oh, I recognize that guy, and Dustin and I have talked a lot about him, and we talked about it in the previous episode.
Google him.
Branscombe Richmond has been around forever, and he's been in so many like TV shows and movies, and he was a bodyguard for the Doobie Brothers at one point, and like the guy is.
We saw him in L.A. Bounty, didn't we?
We've seen him in L.A. Bounty. I guarantee you see him once a year if you're watching regular TV or basic cable. He'll pop up in something because the guy's been on everything, and now he's like chilling in Hawaii making like movies out there. The guy looks like fucking he's like living the Hawaii life.
Good job.
Yeah, he's in a very popular game called Apex Legends. Which,
is he? He's one of the voices in that.
He's one of the voices.
Oh, cool.
That game gets a lot of love recently. I'm horrible at it, but yeah.
Yes, I suck at it too, bro. Yeah. Don't feel bad. I tried it. I suck.
I tried to stick with it.
No, it's one of those.
It's not like Mario.
No, it's like a battle royale style game. Yeah. Outside the biker bar, Harley gives Marlboro shit for hustling people he shouldn't be hustling. He's got to think things out. Marlboro says, you think, Harley, I survive. Then he asks where Harley's been. Fixing bikes. Little shithole outside of Dallas for 2 years. And then Marlboro's like, for 2 years? Because I've been thinking. For 2 years? I've been thinking about life. That's the trouble with you, Harley. You think too damn much. They get on their bikes. So there you go. He was outside of Dallas. But clearly, Arizona.
Right.
Come on, just fucking make it Arizona.
We see a shot of Hollywood, and Harley and Marlboro are sitting on the billboard for Las Vegas. It's like a billboard there for like Las Vegas.
For Las Vegas. Super confusing to me.
Yeah. We also see a billboard for Die Hardest 5, which was a question that Zach asked me and Dustin on our
It
what
was,
does Zach and Dustin or Corey and Dustin know Patreon. Zach, plug it. What's where can we find what does Corey and Dustin know?
So if you go to $2 Late Fee's Patreon page, Patreon/$2 Late Fee, there's a bunch of great content on there, just like there is on Podcasting After Darks. But we do a fun segment on there called What Does Dustin Know, where I try to stump Dustin with trivia questions from the movies we cover or pop culture questions from the year the movie came out. But Corey joined us for that one, and also joined us for Why Does Zach Own This, with a piece of Harley Davidson and Marlboro Man kind of memorabilia. So very lively discussion. They're very funny, silly. Go check them out. It's totally worth the price of admission, and a whole hell of a lot more on our Patreon. Cheap plug is over.
We'll just have to make sure that they're actually up by the time this airs.
They will be up by the end of the month. Yeah, they're short. They're like 10 minutes each.
Yeah.
Right.
Harley is eating a can of beans while Marlboro cleans his knife wound. They are waxing nostalgic, and Harley says that Marlboro is the only family he's got, to which Marlboro replies, "That's a crying shame." Harley says, "I could have had a family with Jenny Ann." That's probably the picture he had in his wallet that you saw. Yep. But marriage is for those other guys, you know? I like phrases like that. I like there's really good dialogue buried in some real shit. But I like the phrase what he says, but marriage is for those other guys, you know? I like that.
By the way, this is the beginning of the food. Like, Mickey Rourke does this thing through the whole fucking movie with food, right?
Yeah, he likes
and
to
this
eat.
and it's like a stupid little quirk, I guess. Character trait.
Harley goes on, "Do you ever wonder if there could be something better?" To which Marlboro replies, "Every day." Harley elaborates and says if he wonders if there's a God, and if so, he'd like to meet the dude. Marlboro says, "When I'm dead and done, I don't want no excuses for what I did." Cut to Harley and Marlboro riding their motorcycles through Burbank. It looks like West Hollywood to me. We see a large plane fly overhead, and they look up and see a sign for Burbank International Airport. Harley asks, "What happened to Burbank?" Marlboro says, "The future. Can you believe it? They turned Burbank into a goddamn international airport." Again, this weird, not quite the future sort of thing.
Yeah, cue wet fart sound. Like, who cares?
Why
Doesn't
bother?
have any significance.
Yeah,
why bother?
What is up with this weird little, like, why does it even have to take place 5 years in the future? You know what I mean?
But who cares about the airport?
Yeah, exactly.
I guess because they're taking over, because the airport's now international and it's a threat to the bar.
Oh,
like
come on. No, it would help the bar. There'd be more patrons.
Exactly. I don't know.
I feel like there's something here of the time that we're just not aware of, you know? Maybe some kind of zeitgeist thing at the time.
I guess.
Like the fear that Burbank was becoming too big. I don't know. I don't think 91 were any of us in Los Angeles at that point. No.
No, but in Burbank's it still is a relatively small airport. I mean, in comparison.
Even now in 2022, Burbank doesn't look as big as the way they portray it here in 1991.
Yeah.
It's some weird commentary on capitalism or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird, and you wonder why it's there. And then here's another thing. Cut to the Rock and Roll Bar and Grill. Why the fuck is it not named something cooler like Airplane Crash Bar or something like that? Like, it has I'll elaborate. It has such a cool backstory, but I will elaborate on it in a second. But I'm like, why is it just called the Rock and Roll Bar and Grill? That's so generic. So cut to the Rock and Roll Bar and Grill. There's an airplane that crashed into the roof and is now part of the bar. Harley and Marlboro ride their bikes around to the back of the bar. Marlboro's bike backfires and sputters. He gets off, and we see his alligator skin cowboy boots are being held together by literal duct tape. Harley laughs and says he's a goddamn mess. Marlboro says to lay off his boots, and he's right about the bike, though. He should shoot it and put it out of its goddamn misery. Harley pulls out the gun he picked up from the robbery he foiled earlier and shoots at the bike and misses. Marlboro says, "God damn, Harley, if you were shooting for shit, you wouldn't even get a whiff." So yeah, this starts the whole thing of Harley not being able to shoot things, and whatever. It's an okay character quirk that I'm fine with. It leads to some fun stuff.
Well, a minute ago when you were talking about when they're on the top of the billboard waxing poetic about God and whatnot, and it is kind of an awkward scene because Mickey Rourke just kind of like seems like he's rambling a little bit about it, and like they seem almost like they're on two different pages. But it is the beginning of his character looking not so great, even in the bar. When he had the interaction initially with Marlboro, it was fine, but then now they're like slowly kind of devolving Harley Davidson as this total badass into this kind of goofy guy who can't shoot and can't like to fucking eat food all the time.
And what is his intention?
He doesn't have
what
any.
is he doing back? Like what he just I missed you, Don Johnson, and when Don Johnson's shooting his own motorcycle.
Well, so
like why?
Marlboro Harley says happy birthday and hands Marlboro the gun. Marlboro says, I almost forgot. He takes the Desert Eagle and thanks Harley for it. Harley asks how it feels to be an old man. Marlboro says, older the bull, stiffer the horn. He spins around, drops to one knee, and plugs the bike with all 8 shots, killing it dead. He looks over and says, you got to squeeze the trigger, Harley. Don't yank it. It's not your dick. Squeeze it. They enter the bar. So, Dustin, yes, first off, he just kills his bike, and at this point moving forward, we have to figure out how he can get around. But 2, let's not forget the fact that they just fired 9 shots into the wind in Burbank, in downtown Burbank. Not a problem from that whatsoever.
It's just such a weird thing to be like, oh, this stupid piece of shit bike, and I'm just gonna shoot it
and kill it and then now plot wise we have to deal with how does Marlboro Man get around,
right?
Whereas he had a bike before now. But here's what, when we talked earlier when Dustin was like, why are we doing this? Here's the point. This scene is silly and goofy, but I do love the fact of I love how fucking Don Johnson delivers the line when he's like just walking away. It's nonchalantly. He's like, you got to squeeze the trigger, Harley. Don't yank it. It's not your dick. Squeeze it.
Dick.
He's just, dude, I swear to God, and I know, Dustin, you had a problem. He's mansplaining, but I got to say, as far as the performance goes, I love the way Don Johnson delivers these lines.
Agreed. I love it too. I will say a couple things. One, the sense of urgency that the beginning started died immediately now. Like there's no sense of urgency anymore. Suddenly it's like slowing down the momentum, right? And then 2, I forgot what 2 was, but anyways, 2. Well, I was going to say
so
as
did the
well.
writer.
Like you kill off this. Well, with the shots being fired, and no cops around. And like in the opening at the 7-Eleven or whatever, the gas station, no cops around. It's like this wild, wild west scenario that they're creating because everybody gets killed and shot, and there's no cops in sight throughout this whole thing except for his girlfriend coming up in a minute, But that's about it. Like this wild, wild west scenario 5 years in the future.
And Zach, to your point about how now there's no sense of urgency, and the problem is because this movie's never about the drugs. And that's what it sets it up at the beginning. And that's why you're waiting for something to happen with the drugs and it's not there. And that's why you feel like there's no sense of urgency right now because there wasn't. Like if you took that radio broadcast about the drugs out, Harley just got up and left. That's all he's doing.
Yeah.
He's not doing this because of the drugs. And that's what you have to sort of like take out of your brain, which is the movie's fault because its language tells us that Harley's doing what he's doing because of the drugs.
Well, or it would make sense if he was doing it for his, pseudo father, right? Coming back because this bar's in trouble, which we haven't introduced that thought yet. But like that would be a great motivator.
Yeah.
I need you, Harley.
Yeah. Like he should have, even if he just says, here, I got your phone call, I got your message or whatever. Good point. We don't get that either. As they walk in, Harley says, God, I love this place. They survey the scene. The bar looks like an old 50s diner, which I kind of have a problem with. I don't think it looks great. The set decoration on the inside. We see Vanessa Williams singing on stage. I mean, she's a beautiful woman, and she can sing. They just choose very bad moments to cut to, or bad songs in general.
Song is trash.
It's
trash. It is like, I like jazz and kind of the, I love all music, but it is like the B. It's not even a B-side song. It is like a D-side song of a fucking, when Frank Sinatra did later on, before he died, he did like a duets album, I think. It's like that kind of shit where it's like, I play the piano and it's really good and just put some words together.
I sing the words that I'm thinking, and there's no real verses to them. Yeah, I know what you mean. And we could, she's an amazing singer normally. They fucked up. The director, they fucked up with her. Okay?
They should have had her fucking singing blues. Like, make it a blues bar with a fucking.
Yeah, it's also a 50s diner, and she's singing at it, but she's not dressed up like, she's not singing 50s music. I think that's the problem too. Is she's singing a different kind of music that would be in a bar like this. It's just, it has no set direction. We don't know, like, it's there's no talking to from between the set direction and the director. You know what I mean?
Yeah, she looks like Kate Capshaw in fucking Temple of Doom. You know, with her gown on.
Yeah.
Was she not a singer, like a star at this point?
She was.
She was.
Big name.
So what a missed opportunity to have a single on the soundtrack that's actually good.
Like, by someone who actually is a fantastic singer. So
she could have been doing a pop song with, like, you know what I'm saying? Like anything other than that song. That song killed the momentum.
Yeah, guys and gals,
even more.
Vanessa Williams is trash in this movie, but she is not normally. Again, I blame the director in all of that.
She's trash and very unlikable. Also, very unlikable outside of the singing.
Took the taste right out of my mouth.
Yep.
Marlboro walks into the bar while Harley sort of watches Alexander, Daniel Baldwin's character, a.k.a. Doughy Baldwin, talk to old man in the corner booth. Harley walks towards them and bumps shoulders with them with the suits. Then walks over to the man and says, "Hey, old man, halftime's over. You got a restaurant to run." The old man gives Harley a big hug when he sits down. Behind him is a framed newspaper. The cover says, "Plane crashes bar, pilot makes happy hour." And it's the bar they're in. Why don't you call it the crash landing bar? You know, like, it's so a movie that's about airplane stuff. Go watch Rocketeer. They do better shit with airplane stuff than this movie does.
Well, there's a bar in Manhattan Beach, I think it is, that is like, has kind of a history about a plane landing on it or something like that.
Probably where they got the inspiration for this from.
I mean, you could have done, but you have so much potential there.
But it's called the Rock and Roll Bar and Grill, right? Like, and then, hold on, and then Vanessa's not even singing rock and roll. Like, this is the problem with the movie. It feels like different art departments aren't talking to each other.
Yeah,
exactly. She's not even singing rock and roll. You could have fucking had, like, Vanity doing this part and singing a goddamn Vanity song, Anything.
Yeah, agreed.
I want to point out, too, you brought up the old man, played by Julius Harris, right? And he literally is listed as old man.
Yeah, his name is Old Man. Yeah,
no
exactly.
clever name for him.
The guy has been he passed away in 2004, but the guy has been in so many tremendous films, Live and Let Die, and Taking a Pelham 1, 2, 3, the 1976 King Kong. Like, the guy has been around for a long time.
I like that 1976 King Kong movie, by the way.
It's really, it's good. Jeff Bridges, Jessica Lange.
Yep. So Harley asks who the guys in the suits were, which was Alexander and his men. The old man says, "Go back to wherever it is you ran off to." Harley says he has some unfinished business in town. He looks over at Vanessa Williams on stage. The old man says some business is better left unfinished. Harley taps him on the back and says, "Not this business." then gets up from the booth and walks in front of the stage. Vanessa sees him and they lock eyes. And another thing, Dustin, this whole plot line of the whole Vanessa Williams and Harley Davidson, it goes up until a point, and that's it. But they're building it up as a love interest thing, right?
We can talk more after the sort of resolution and sort of unpack this, because yes, it's like there's history for only one side of the party.
Right.
There's only history for one person.
So we'll elaborate when this basically comes to a conclusion.
Yes.
Marlboro walks up next to Harley and looks at him, looking at Vanessa Williams, and says, "You got a death wish? Better leave that one alone, Harley." Harley says, "You don't think Jack's still pissed off, do you?" "Pissed off at you? Nah, he wants to kill you." Marlboro walks over to the payphone on the wall, presses some of the numbers on the keypad, and the wall opens to reveal their friend Jose standing there smiling at them. He gives Harley a big hug. Jose signs, and Marlboro translates to Harley.
It's just the signing.
I'm laughing because Dustin is doing big sign language.
This is basically what it seems like.
Yeah. Jose says he didn't think Harley would ever come back. He's chomping at the bit, waiting for some action. Harley says, "Hey, man, me and you are going to rock and roll, brother." Marlboro asks Jose if Jimmy and Jack are in the back. Jose looks at Harley and signs, "No way." Marlboro says he doesn't think you should go in. "If you do, you're dead." Harley looks back at Vanessa and says, "There we go. Who wants to say it, guys?" Dustin, say it. The famous lines from this movie, probably the best line in the film. So good that they use it multiple times.
Better to be cool and dead than uncool and alive.
Zach, you want to take a crack at it?
It's better be dead and cool than alive and uncool.
He's reading it. No one knows it.
So?
No one knows it.
There are no rules.
There's no rules to this.
Yes, they
this
say
is
it a million
Kumite.
times. It's
This is Kumite, bitch.
3 podcasts
Uncool.
enter, 1 leaves. All 3 of them walk into the hidden back part to find everyone illegally betting on an arm wrestling match between Jack, played by John Minton, a.k.a. Big John Studd. By the way, love me some fucking 80s WWF wrestlers, bro. Zach, Big John Studd, you know him and love him, right?
I had his LJN figure back in the day. He was on I think he was on the wrestling, the superstar, the cartoon, the rock and wrestling cartoon as one of the bad guys. From the books and articles and documentaries I watched on Big John Studd back in the day, apparently he was a sweetheart of a guy. Huge motherfucker. Like Andre, and King Kong Bundy were like 3 of the behemoths in WWF at the time. And, apparently he was good. Vince McMahon loved him, so he gave him opportunities. The guy was in pain towards the end of his career because of his size and just his bones fucking taking hits all the time. And, his body started to fall apart, but Vince would always put him in the spotlight in some way, winning a battle royal or a Royal Rumble or something, and big time deal.
And can I just say, in a movie where we're going to be discussing and we've already discussed pluses and minuses, I don't put John Minton in the minus category in this movie. I actually think he does a damn fine job. He's serviceable, I should say, as for being like a wrestler. Dustin, you want to throw in on this one?
I just find him so unbelievable. Like his performance.
I find the whole movie unbelievable. So that's not a problem for me. But please elaborate.
Well, we haven't touched on this yet in real time. But from a character who is, just so angry, right, about being betrayed by his best friend who slept with his girlfriend, or we learned a wife now. Maybe some time has gone by. She's now his wife. Whatever. It's just this kind of, I love her, Harley. She's my wife. Like, it's just so. what do I want to say? This whole thing to me is so humorless. This entire scene is so. This doesn't seem like Friends, really at all, other than the fact that Jose is smiling. That's it.
Yeah, we see Jimmy, Giancarlo Esposito, taking bets. Harley asks Marlboro if Jack has gotten bigger. Maybe a little. Jimmy yells that the books are closed and it's time for the main event. Jack and the other guy lock hands together. And by the way, that other guy has huge fucking arms. Bigger than Big John Studd's arms.
Let's be honest. That dude's probably
jacked.
stronger.
Yes.
Yeah.
Jacked.
Do you guys know about that guy? Do you know any fun fact? Oh, no, I don't. I just thought.
Oh.
I thought it seemed like something Zach would be like, that's Junkyard Dog.
No, but my guess is he was an extra and over the top. So
yeah. And of course they use the over the top arm wrestling thing with the two pads and the thing to hold your arm,
it's a legit
arm.
thing.
Yeah, it's a real thing. So they're gonna have an arm wrestling match. Jimmy tells them to be fair and be cool, and they start arm wrestling. It looks like Jack, that's Big John Studd, is about to lose when he looks over and sees Harley standing there. He gets enraged and slams his opponent's hand down, winning the match. Jimmy yells, "God damn it!" Jack and Jimmy walk over to Harley Davidson and the Marlboro Man, and Jimmy asks, "God damn it, Harley, what are you guys doing back here?" Harley says, "I missed all you guys." Jack says, "I'm going to kill you, Harley." Marlboro mumbles, "I told you." Harley says, "Look, Jack, I don't want to fight you. We're friends." Jack shoots back, "Was friends." Harley says, "Can't we talk this out?" "Talk's cheap, and I'm not buying any." Harley asks, "Hey, Jimmy, want to help me out here a little?" Jimmy replies, "It's your world, Holmes. I'm just living in it." Jack smashes the bottle he was drinking out of and points the jagged end and says, "Hurry up, Harley. It's going to be bloody, but quick." Again, this is like, there's some cool dialogue lines that I really like. I like the whole, this is your world, I'm just living in it. And I really like that. It's going to be bloody, but quick. But not something a friend would say. I would never get so mad at you two. Well, I guess if you slept with Myra, I'd kill you guys.
But when?
You know?
But when did this happen? Because the history is so unclear.
But when did I do that? When did this happen? It's going to be bloody, but quick, Dustin. Unlike this movie, which is bloody, but not quick. Poor Dustin.
I'm doing my best.
You're doing great, my friend. Best. You're doing great. Harley tells him to hold on and gives his jacket to Marlboro. Jose signs "Go with God." Harley turns around and says, "Hey now, Jack. Hey, now, Jack."
Well, I just want to interject because there's this little aside where it's like, what did he say? Vaya con Dios. What's that mean? It's just so dumb. It's just so because you're right. It could just be go with God. But what? But then Harley doesn't know what that means. He's never heard that phrase. And then, anyway.
No, you're right. Yeah. I heard it. I was like, you know what? I'm not going to write this down because I have 21 pages anyways. But
right.
You know what? Dustin's going to talk. Here we are anyways.
But you're right. But these things matter.
Yes, no, you're right. And you're right. If we're going to get into the nitty gritty, everything matters. And so kind of go back to what the discussion was earlier about Harley Davidson. He starts out in this movie at a 10 on the coolness factor. First scene, he's a 10. This movie chips away at him the entire time to the point where it kind of portrays that he's kind of a dum-dum. He's supposed to be a moron, but he's cool because he's Mickey Rourke. So our human brains don't put it together that we're not supposed to like him because he's fucking Mickey Rourke. Let's admit, he's still fucking awesome right now. He's Mickey Rourke, but he's supposed to be a dum-dum.
Yep.
I mean, we don't know, right? The only way we would ever know is if we interviewed Don Michael Paul, who wrote the screenplay.
Yeah.
And I would be curious to see if the screenplay is available online. Sometimes they are.
Yeah, you're right. Sometimes they are.
But everything we've heard up until this point so far, is that he did this movie for money and he's trying to bring something different, like doing his own improv shit. I wonder if he wanted to maybe he thought, oh, this is just some pointless action movie with no comedy. This thing needs comedy, and just brought this element to it where you're like, dude, stop fucking,
Right.
Because you said he was at a 10. I agree. I'd say now he's at like a 5
Yeah.
at this point already.
He drops
Yeah.
fast. He drops fast. Now, again, like we've been saying the whole time, there are micro moments of coolness here, and I'll call it out in 1 second. He says, "Hey now, Jack, you know the last time we did this, I kicked your ass." I like how Marlboro's sort of on the side, and he reminds him, "That was in high school, Harley, and Jack had a broken arm." Harley replies, "Well, I'm the one that did it." He keeps circling Jack, who looks over at Marlboro for a split second, and Harley takes the advantage and punches him in the face. Then he bites his arm to make him drop the glass bottle. Then, very impressively, body slams Jack, a.k.a. Big John Studd, to the ground. You can tell by the strain on Mickey Rourke's face that he is really lifting up Big John Studd, and I gotta give him fucking props for this moment.
Are we implying that fight in high school had something to do with Vanessa Williams, or no, or just that's just unresolved? He, right? Harley ran away.
These are all the things that I want to know myself, dude. And again, later, the fact that like everyone dies, all of these interpersonal relationships are kind of moot.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So like, what does it fucking matter? Because Vanessa Williams is going to be a widow in T-minus 30 minutes. And if Mickey Rourke could be like, I'm going to swoop in and now rescue you, but Vanessa Williams disappears. So you're like, well, what the fuck was like the point of any of this? Is he fighting?
Yes.
Is Mickey Rourke fighting for Vanessa? He's not. And you'll find out in a second. It kind of, we'll even go further. Unfortunately, Harley gets cocky and Jack takes his legs out, knocking him to the ground. Marlboro says to Jose, I like this. I love this line, actually. He was doing pretty good up till there. Jack gets to his feet, then picks up Harley, grabs him by the throat and nuts, and I love how everyone's like, oh! Throws him against the door. It bounces Harley back into his arms, and Jack throws him out the second floor window into the alley and through a roof of a car. I typed out all that, guys. Jack yells, I'm going to kill you, Harley, then jumps out of the window into the same car, grabs him and pulls him close and says, I'd kill for you, Harley. How could you do that to me? Harley says, I've always been bad company with good-looking women in the room. Stay away from her, Harley. I love her. We're married. While still being choked, Harley says, it's always only been you, Jack. She loves you, just you. Jack asks, never you, and kind of pulls Harley in for a hug. So now we're at a point where Harley's like, Jack, I'm telling you, man, I made a pass at her, and she's always loved you. So now you're like, okay, so why was he looking at Vanessa Williams, sort of before, and now... So did you just come back to tell Jack that? Guys,
right, the
unfinished
business.
Mess.
The unfinished business is this. So you get thrown out of a window, break your neck, landing on a car, someone's car.
This is it. There's no more of the Harley Davidson Lulu, which is Vanessa Williams' character name. There's no more of that.
Nope.
This script is a hot mess, and I don't know if I blame Don Michael Paul, because I guarantee you this became a hot mess in during shooting.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Big budget, big studio, big cast. Sure, producers and whatnot had their hands in the pot, swirling around. Oh, we got to change this around. We got to do this with that character. Like you guys said in the beginning, it was about the drugs, and now it's about him saying, apologizing to his buddy from high school. Like, what the fuck? It's all just dissolving. Everything that you started out with is pretty much off the table now.
And you could maybe say that him wanting to go back to apologize to Jack was his impetus for leaving, you know what I mean? But it's not. Like, this is only sort of happenstance. Like, right. No, I wish he came there to actually, here's what I wish. Again, I wish maybe watching the girl he was fucking die from crystal meth or whatever this thing is, or his girlfriend die from that, maybe makes him realize he wants to right the wrongs in his life. He comes back here to tell Jack, look, I'm sorry. I know that this big thing happened with me and your girlfriend then, wife now, but I just want to tell you nothing really happened because she loved you. It does this, what we get doesn't make Lulu like any better because we don't know if they fucked or something, you know?
What could have helped? What could have helped is when he took out that photo in the beginning of the movie and looked at his girlfriend, it could have been a photo of the whole gang from high school.
Yes. And be like, I want to get back together with my buddies, you know?
Simply that.
Yep, agreed.
Simply that.
And he's like, yeah, yep. And then that would have just led to him wanting to get back together and then apologizing for what had happened. But he didn't even walk into the bar to apologize.
No.
You know what else would have helped is if Don Johnson turned to him and was like, "Did you guys fuck?"
Yeah. Hey, did you guys fuck?
Yeah.
Is that the story here?
Yeah.
Like, maybe use Don Johnson as like the audience member to be like, you know, explain things. But, you know, okay. All right. Well, there's going to be a lot more problems like these moving forward. But again, I'm going to try to call out the shit that I love. And a lot of times it's the dialogue that I think is really fucking cool. There's a small time jump and the old man is chastising everyone. He says, "Should have never let you back in the door, Harley." Jimmy is giving people their cut of the money, and Harley ices his shoulder. Jack says, "Sorry, boss." Jimmy lays into him. "God damn it, Jack. You're my brother-in-law, and I love you. But that don't get back the couple of grand we lost tonight. The deal is you lose and don't tear his fucking arm off. The old man and I have enough problems. We're just trying to make as much money as we can before we lose this place." So, yeah, that was the scam they were running, and now we know Jimmy is his brother-in-law. Jimmy is the son of the old man, and Lulu is the daughter of the old man. Marlboro chimes in from the bar. "What do you mean lose this place? It's a landmark." Jimmy says, "Don't mean shit, Holmes. If money talks and bullshit walks, we walkin'." Harley asks the old man what the story is. Now, I'll read it. "In 56, I leased this property when nobody wanted to be seen on this side of the hill. And in 66, I renewed the lease on my own terms. $350 a month for 30 years. That's pretty damn fucking good. In 21 days, those 30 years will have run out. And now with the whole world flying into Burbank, they're trying to strong-arm us for $2.5 million for a 5-year lease. They're going to put up another skyscraper." Now, I think that's pretty accurate to downtown Los Angeles in the future, but not Burbank.
What is the $2.5 million lease that we're talking about here?
For 5 years.
For 5 years, and this whole thing just seems so like out of the blue. Like these imbeciles have just been sitting on the fact that this lease is going to end, and they've done nothing proactive at all. Yeah. Now, not only do they, they're running this arm wrestling scam, and that's not going to get $2.5 million.
No.
I mean, so this makes no sense. And then you've got, this broken window now that Jack has just destroyed, and all this other damage that's now in the bar. So on top of that, I mean, at some point you cut your losses
and retire.
You don't.
You're an old man.
Yeah.
You retire.
There's no quest for $2.5 million in how many days do they have?
21 days.
21 days to get $2.5 million, a loan from the bank, whatever. The logic is already just so stupid.
And it's only for 5 years. What are they going to do after the 5 years? They're going to have to do it again. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Like it'd be one thing if he said, I don't know, if we could come up with this money that the place would be ours for life or whatever.
Yeah,
but they didn't do that.
Yeah, you're right. The stakes were weirdly, they're big, but finite. You know what I mean? Like, because it's like we're trying to get 2.5 million, but it's only for 5 years. It should have been like, I want to make my, deal be like $1,000 a month for whatever. You know what I mean? Yeah, I get what you're saying. I do get what you're saying.
Let's just do the quick math here, okay? So far, up to the entire life of this fucking bar and grill, he's only spent $129,000. Let's round up $130,000 for 30 years.
Yeah.
In that time.
In a very successful business.
In a very successful business that's by an international airport. Have we made no money?
Yeah. Have we not
saved?
Have
we not saved? Have we not, inflation? Because if you invested anything, any of the earnings of the bar, you'd be fine.
I kind of have the feeling that Dustin is siding with the bad guys.
I am siding with the bad guys. I am totally siding with the bad guys because, whatever, they're supposed to be, slumlords or whatever. But the fact is, you've run a business like a clown. And everything that these guys do in this entire movie, they're all clowns.
Yeah.
Every last one of them.
Yeah. Both of those statements, you are not wrong. Harley asks who's trying to strong arm him. The old man says the bank. What bank? Great Trust Bank. Harley puts it together. Oh, the suits, referring to Alexander and his men earlier. Harley then says...
Good work, Harley.
Yeah, right. There's only one place to get that kind of money so fast. Jimmy says no suit is going to loan them $2.5 million. Harley says he ain't talking about no loan. Marlboro doesn't like where this is going. Jimmy and Jack don't get it. Marlboro says he's going to say we should rob the bank. We ain't robbing any bank. We ain't bank robbers. Harley says they owe it to the old man. They grew up in that place. We'll get some backstory here. The old man says they don't owe him anything, but Harley says if it wasn't for him, they'd all be face down in the gutter. Vanessa Williams walks in and said, Lulu says she's ready to go. Jack says, okay, baby, in a minute. But she says, now. Jack says, count me out of this one, guys. I made a promise to Lulu. And they leave the bar together.
Lulu.
You know what? I'm on Big John Studd's side for this one. If you got Vanessa Williams as your wife, happy life, man. I'd be
could have easily put a button on that scene with Harley going, man, I'm glad I let Jack have her or something like that, But he didn't. They don't even bring it back after that.
Yeah.
She could have been like, what the hell is he doing here?
Does she ever talk to him? Do they ever have an interaction?
Never.
No.
We only get that look that
so
they share
fucking dumb.
when he walks in. And in movie language, we're all waiting for now make Vanessa Williams Harley Davidson's love interest, right?
Yes.
But
they abandoned
it's not.
They abandoned it.
Yeah, they do. They abandon it. They abandon a lot of plot points in this movie. And good job, Zach. You cut me off from saying that Vanessa Williams is my wife. I'd be blasting her out every night. So Harley looks back
her out. Oh my
Harley
God.
looks back at the remaining guys and says, I really love this place.
What are you, fucking Lenny Dykstra? Jesus Christ.
I really love this place. It's home. And if we got to rob a bank to save it, I'll do that. But I can't do it alone. You guys are going to have to give it up too. We see shots of everyone nodding, then Marlboro Man takes a cig out of his mouth and smiles. And here's another thing, it's okay, you're you go want to do this, let's do this. Let's do this, we're ready to do it. But it's weirdly, it doesn't become the kind of movie where they do it, but then it goes a different way. So.
But meanwhile, they're all like, we don't want to do this. And he's like, no, we're doing it.
And they're like, yeah.
Yeah,
because the script tells us we got to be excited about this.
Well, yeah. I mean,
But yet we're a bunch of guys who probably had a rough upbringing and steered ourselves straight. So now we're like, hey, I just feel like we also needed more. Now, at this point, what are the MacGuffins? Is it the drug? Is it the saving the bar? Is it Harley Davidson's ex-girlfriend? Or is it Vanessa Williams? We have 5 potential MacGuffins up in the air. And spoiler alert, it's saving the bar is what it really boils down to.
And I thought too about the whole money thing because I'm trying to find some way of having it make sense. They could have easily dropped a line in there ever since the new president, ever since the new whatever, because it's set 5 years in the future, anything's possible, right?
They could have
inflation's gone through the roof, and this place was. I was paying $130 a month. And now I'm paying, 18 million or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Anything. Agreed. Cut to an armored van driving through downtown LA. We see Marlboro waiting at an intersection, and he jumps on the back of the van and holds on as it drives off. Jimmy is dressed like a DWP worker and directs the van past a fake detour, causing it to go a different route. Marlboro gives him the thumbs up as it drives by. Once they get out of range, Jimmy slides down the open manhole and gets into a parked pickup truck in the sewers and speeds off. Up top, Marlboro's made his way to the roof of the speeding armored van. He gives a thumbs up to Jose, who's also dressed like a DWP worker and waving the van down another alternate route. Once they drive by, he quickly picks up the hazard cones. The van comes to a stop because there is a line of cones in the road with a construction worker sitting over an open manhole with his back to the vehicle. The drivers radio to dispatch that they are in the shipyard. The guard in the passenger seat gets out of the van with his hand on his pistol and tells the hard hat to move. They have a delivery to make. Harley spins around with his shotgun aimed right at the guard. The one in the driver's seat presses a silent alarm button on the dashboard. Outside, Harley tells the guard to drop his gun, and the guy says, "You're not going to like what you're getting into, pal." The driver now gets out of the vehicle with his gun drawn. Harley says, "From 15 feet away, there's a slight chance you could miss me." The camera focuses on the shotgun. "I could be blind as a bat and still blow your head off. Drop it." Just then, from the roof of the armored van, Marlboro, who has a bandana over his mouth like a proper train robber, shoots the gun out of the driver's hand, then shoots his belt buckle off. Harley says, "Think fast," and throws his shotgun at the other guard, which I love, funny. And knocks him off balance enough for Harley to tackle him. By the way, I always love it when you throw something at somebody and they have to catch it because it's like an instinctual thing, and then you like attack them while they're catching it. I love that trope. I always do.
I did that when I got jumped by those kids back in, I want to say 93, maybe 92.
I know that story. What did you throw at them for them to catch while you ran?
I was holding the basketball, and the one kid came at me, and I threw the basketball at him.
Yeah, and did he
like,
he was like, ah.
And then you blew
like
him
it
away.
kind of made him flinch a little bit, and I'm like, I don't want to fight you. And he's like, I don't want to fight you either, you know.
Did you knock his head off like in My Deadly Friend?
No, I wish. It looked a little bit more like, no, I don't know. Yeah, but no, it's actually, at this point, it's like I'm embracing his buffoonery.
Yeah.
And the fact that he can't shoot worth shit. Yeah. Now he's a comedic fodder. And like, as far as comedy is concerned, it's funny.
No, I'm completely fine with him throwing the shotgun at the guy and then tackling him. I have no problem with that. I also love this scene. Marlboro jumps down to the pavement, causing his bandana to drop from his face. And he's looking right at the other guard, and he says, "Shit." Because while he puts it back up, the driver sort of stares at him. Jose and Jimmy climb out of the manhole, and they tie up the two security guards. So they're sitting back to back on the road in front of the armored van. Marlboro says, "Guns are made to be shot, Harley, not thrown." The driver says to Marlboro, "You're about the deadest shot I've ever seen. Where'd you learn to do that?" Marlboro replies, "Read a book, came with the gun." And this is another moment that I think is kind of cool. They don't elaborate on the fact that Marlboro Man is a good shot, but he's the cowboy. That's his purpose. He's supposed to be a good shot, and he is. And I love that. And he doesn't explain it. It's not something that he does for trickery or fun. He just is. And I mean, Marlboro Man's my favorite character of the movie at this point. But Dustin, what do you think? What is your take on his sort of almost magical, almost Jedi level of being able to shoot, you know?
I wish that there had been a little explanation as far as maybe him having served or something, being a marksman, just giving him some backstory and why, because I totally buy, if he doesn't want to talk about certain things like his boots and he doesn't want to talk about his feelings and he's a closed off dude. But I would have liked if he had, because it doesn't track for him to be such a great marksman and such an inept criminal unless there's some explanation or something where he is just a guy who's going along to do this for his friends. And I have a real problem with this whole scene. I feel like these are just clowns. Don Johnson is the best. He is my favorite character by far. He has a very casualness about all this, but he also, this is when it kind of starts to unravel where he's kind of like, wow, Harley is a jackass. Like he starts to realize it, when and he really realizes it, upcoming when they realize that they haven't stolen any money. But the fact is this is a clown show. This entire robbery is an absolute clown show.
And the irony is that the dialogue from the security guard here is going to sort of call it out too.
Yep.
So the driver asks who they are, and Marlboro introduces himself and Harley, and he says, the name of the movie. I love it when they say the name of the movie. But the driver says they look like 2-bit hoods to him, which is, I think, speaking from Dustin's mouth. Just then, Jose blows the back door off the armored van. This is probably my favorite line of dialogue. Harley leans down and says, "Does that look like the work of 2-bit hoods?" I love how the driver says, "Yeah, pros would have used my keys." And I kind of think that's the thesis for this entire film. I think that guy right there was like, you guys are morons. And I think, Dustin, you're right. They are. But the thing is, I think at this point, the movie's also teeing us up that they are morons. Zach?
You know what I just realized when you said that is there was a movie that came out maybe a little bit before this or a little bit after. I'm foggy on the year it came out, but Disorganized Crime with Lou Diamond Phillips and Corbin Burnson. It's Ruben Blades. It's got an amazing cast. That movie's really fun. It's a great fun caper film.
When was the last time you saw it? Is it fun?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
It is.
I don't remember it.
I didn't say it was great. I said it's fun.
But is this young Zach saying it's fun?
No,
this
is a movie that I watched. I watched for
all right, just
at least 10 times. But a perfect example of like bumbling idiots. But that movie knows it's a comedy from the beginning. This movie doesn't.
And this movie
thought it was
this movie tonally doesn't know what it is.
No, it's all over the place.
Yeah.
And at this point right now, we're doing a comedy. We're doing Disorganized Crime.
Right.
In a minute, we're going to be doing like fucking Casualties of War.
Yeah. Yep. As the boys are clearing out the bags from the back of the armored van and dropping them down the open manhole, Harley says to the lead security guard, "Nice doing business with you." The driver says, "Your business isn't with us, it's with them." Harley looks back as a black sedan drives up to the scene. 5 men in long black Kevlar trench coats get out of the car and stand there in a straight line. By the way, LaFours is one of them. LaFours! 2 confirmed kills.
Captain Power,
Yep.
Predator, fucking Arnold's boy.
Me standing behind him at the gas station in Santa Monica. Sven Olensen, I love him. He will always be LaFours to me. Alexander, which is Daniel Baldwin from the club earlier, is in the center of them. Harley runs to the back of the truck to warn the rest of his friends as the trenchcoat goons pull out machine guns and start firing at the truck, clearly not caring about the drivers, and you do see they get killed. Marlboro and the rest of the guys return fire, but it doesn't seem to be able to penetrate the Kevlar. Just then, Jack comes riding in on his motorcycle to save the day. He opens the gas can on his bike, then slides it at the trenchcoat goons. Jack lights the trail of fuel and sets the bike on fire. The trenchcoat goons jump over it in unison, and the bike hits their car and blows up. Marlboro, Harley, and the gang use the time to make their escape down the manhole. You see the guards they tied up are shot dead. They all pile into the back of the pickup truck with the bags of cash and speed off down the sewer. So, Dustin, I've seen this movie 3 times in as many weeks, but yet in my mind still, I can see them jump over that bike in beautiful, perfect unison, and it was fucking amazing. In reality, it was sloppy, not in unison, and not that cool. But 12-year-old Corey thought it was fucking awesome. How does that, I'm at Dustin at this point as a human being, how does my brain change what I saw? Like, what happened there, man?
I think it's a lot of things because up until this point, we haven't seen anything really cool in the movie. And this is kind of the first stunt, if you will. Mm-hmm. I have no idea what Jack's role was in this heist. In case guys show up with trench coats, just drive like an idiot and throw your bike at them and set it on fire. I don't know. I found Big John Stud. This is so laughable. But I think to your point, like it is cool as a young Corey. This probably was cool. And these guys who you know, at this point, we don't know. Are they cyborgs? Are they humans? Are they, you know, what are Harley and Marlboro Man up against? We really don't know.
Right. And they seem sort of futuristic-y, sort of, and they have
They do.
guns, the futuristic guns, which are those European, I think SASs or whatever with the clip in the back.
Mm-hmm.
But at the time, that was all like futuristic-y and neat looking, you know?
Yeah, and there is something just in how this scene is set up where it's like, your beef's not with us, you know, it's with them. It's, you know, they're the, you know, and these are the villains, you know, these are the goon squad, if you will. So to a degree, it is exciting because we're like, oh, we're getting some action. It's our first shootout in the movie, and but yeah, the reality is I'm just so like, these clowns are in so over their heads, and they have no idea what they're doing, and they have no idea, you know, who they're robbing.
Yeah.
But yeah, clowns.
Zach, how does this hold up for you now compared to young Zach when you saw this?
Well, it's so disjointed, you know, the way you the way you described it, like the bumbling and sloppy with the guys jumping over. It's kind of a good you know, way to describe this movie in many ways, like because this could go, it's a silly scene that suddenly gets super serious. And there was this early 90s thing was so there's so many movies that I can think of that kind of took this Terminator type character.
Right.
It was
yeah,
so
like
popular.
the bad guys are like no emotions. They're just, I know what you mean.
It's unstoppable. Like the guy in I Come in Peace, you know, or fucking, you know, there's, or the in The Perfect Weapon, the main villain in that. Like, this stuff is so kind of cliche. You know,
but at the time it wasn't necessarily.
I think it wasn't, but I think at the same time it was. Like a lot of action movies were, but Big John Studd's character, you know, like he wasn't supposed to be there, right?
Yeah.
Didn't he say something? There's a throwaway line like, my wife said I can't go, or something like that.
Yeah, the last scene, he count me out of this one, guys. And then he comes in like a Deus Ex Machina scenario, you know, basically.
Yeah, to save the day.
Oh, I see. So he's really, he's not involved, and he's really just coming in because he sensed that he was going to be needed.
Yeah, his studliness, his stud sense went off, and he was a stud finder. His stud finder it went off. It's knowing what's coming next. It's a letdown because you're like, oh, you're killing all the guys off, you know.
But he seems to be very like, because I asked because he seems to know the plan very well. Like he's like, come on, guys, let's go down the manhole.
Yeah, I know where he knows where they're going to be. I mean, clearly he knows where they are. Yeah,
like he was a part of the whole discussion, but then he's like, I can't go, you know.
It's complete Deus Ex Machina. It's just comes out of nowhere to save the day.
Yeah.
And 12-year-old me thought it was cool as shit. 44-year-old me, you know, doesn't think it's that cool, but at the same time also doesn't want Big John Studd to die. Like, actually cares about the characters now, you know, whereas before it kind of didn't matter. Now I'm just like, no, guys, no, you're all signing your death warrants. No.
Right. No.
Guys, this way. Come on, guys.
My giant fucking hands.
Yeah, he's a big dude.
Riddled with arthritis.
He's a big boy.
I'm sure.
So I'm watching him do that stunt, and I'm like, oh, God, that must have hurt him so bad.
Probably.
But he didn't complain. He just went and fucking did it, probably.
Cut to them pulling into an airplane graveyard, and everyone is cheering. As they are celebrating, Jimmy opens one of the bags and says, you boys might want to take a look at this shit. He dumps the contents into the back of the truck and says, unmelted pure crystal dream. Harley says, what the fuck is that? And what the fuck is it doing here? And then my note is, wasn't he listening to the radio at the beginning of the movie?
No.
Mickey Rourke was not.
No.
Jimmy says it's a drug and he doesn't know what it's doing here. Marlboro says they jumped the wrong train. We find out that Jose's little brother OD'd on Crystal Dream and he's not keen on selling it. I like that. Marlboro reassures him they aren't drug dealers. I like that too. Jimmy lays into Harley for the whole thing. He says this was no walk in the park. These guys are killers. They wasted their own men trying to get the drugs back, which I'm talking about the drivers of the truck, which I was like, okay, at least somebody remember those poor bastards. Marlboro says, what's done is done. There ain't no turning back now. Cut to the Great Trust Bank in downtown L.A. Chance Wilder, played by Tom Sizemore, is asking Alexander who these men are that stole from him. Alexander says, judging from their abilities and data we gathered, they're dilettantes. Details would suggest they are not aware of the cargo they've stolen.
What's a dilettante? What is that?
So I looked it up, and it's like basically it's an artist who wants to be an artist or whatever, but doesn't perfect the craft.
It's like an amateur artist.
And the thing is, Alexander calls them dilettantes multiple times to the point where I was like, this is fucking Princess Bride. I don't think that word means what you think it means. It's just it's not as cool as you think it means.
No,
you know?
No.
Details would suggest that they are not aware of what the cargo they've stolen. Wilder says, if they're amateurs, how'd they destroy 2 vehicles and then manage to get away with the goods? Alexander says they're extremely lucky. Wilder chuckles and says, I don't have time for luck, now do I? Now get back what's mine and kill these men, Alexander, okay? Now kill these men, Alexander, okay? And again, we're kind of going back to the, it's the early 90s. In the late 80s, the businessman was the biggest criminal, in America at that point, So
it's a big role for a young Sizemore to play, and I don't think he handles it very well. It's a meaty role, like to deliver those lines with kind of gravitas and impact, and he just doesn't. Like it's just so, it's not a knock on him really. It's just it's not the right role for him.
No, but I think you were 100% accurate when you just said it's a big role for a young Sizemore to play. I don't think he was ready for this role.
He does not seem like the authority on anything.
No.
He seems like the assistant. He'd be a good assistant.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He comes across as like a weaselly assistant.
Yeah,
guy.
the guy behind the guy. I mean, I just think like there should be some big Mr. Big somewhere.
Can I throw out a suggestion? Reverse Daniel Baldwin with Tom Sizemore. Not saying it's perfect, but it might be better than what we got.
I mean, I'm okay with that. I'm better with that.
Yeah, I think it might have worked better. Not ideal, but if you had to play with the same character, the players that you have, I would have reversed those.
Yeah, it's stronger.
How about they're all played by Daniel Baldwin, and it's like clones, and they're all clones of each other.
Fucking put a gun in my mouth fucking now.
No, like they're all brothers.
They kind of are anyway. I mean, that's how it sort of seems.
And then, yeah. Because I think part of me was like, I wondered if they were going with that with the Trenchcoat Mafia, where they were all supposed to look the same at first. I think in the trailer, I remember feeling like I saw the trailer and I thought they all looked the same. And when I realized they all don't, I'm like, oh, aren't they supposed to all look the same? Like, isn't that the gimmick? You know what I'm saying?
Aren't they all supposed to jump over the motorcycle in unison?
Yes, the answer is yes.
That's what my brain remembers. Cut to the Rock and Roll Bar and Grill. Vanessa Williams is singing.
Cut to Planet Hollywood.
Yeah. Vanessa Williams, here's my note, is singing another terrible song.
And you walked into the joint.
Yeah. It's fucking terrible.
Yeah.
This movie single-handedly makes Vanessa Williams look unattractive and untalented, and she's not either.
Yeah.
Where's Andrew Dice Clay to give that famous line from Ford Fairlane? What is it, Corey?
What's this asshole smiling about?
Yeah.
Or she's got to shave when she goes out in a dress like that. And I don't mean your legs. Oh, man. Let's just do fucking Fort Fairlane right now.
Oh,
Dustin, we're just doing Fort Fairlane.
Just
cutting
these
right
pricks
now. Do it.
With their guns. Oh.
My hair. Oh, shit. Harley says, oh, man, we really fucked up big, Marlboro. How the fuck was I supposed to know somebody's using a bank as a front for drugs? They're sitting at a booth, by the way. I kind of didn't mention that.
Oh, thank
Would
God
it be
you
funny if
mentioned it.
some little
Thank
kid
God.
behind them was like, "Mommy,
What's going on, mommy?" Yeah, because this is not like a seedy club. Like it's supposed to be, but it's not. That's
Right.
that's what doesn't work about it. Marlboro just says, "Harley, I'm tired and I'm pissed, and I'd just like to unwind. Stop thinking." And this is like, I didn't pick up on this line until I broke it down. Harley says, "Fuck, man, now I gotta think of a way to make things right." And I was like, that's clever. He's telling Harley not to think. Harley's like, "Oh, I gotta think of a way," because he's not listening. There's, again, I'm gonna keep saying it, micro moments that I actually really fucking like. A micro moment that I think is pointless and I don't like: a waitress with a name tag of Sally, but whose real name is Honey, sits next to Harley and flirtatiously asks him for a ride home after her shift at 10. She leaves, and Marlboro says his daddy always said the right woman can make you and the wrong woman can break you. Harley pulls out the picture in his wallet and says, Jesus, all right, sorry, guys. Harley pulls out the picture in his wallet and says he just woke up one day and she was gone. No note, no kiss, goodbye, no nothing. Harley says, "I still have feelings for her deep inside." And this is the last time he'll mention her.
Yeah.
Another plot
Yep.
point that gets abandoned.
Yeah.
Marlboro puts an unlit cigarette in his mouth and says, "Partner, I only know 2 cures for that particular ailment. And since you don't drink anymore, you're down to 1. He takes a shot of whiskey and says, "Let me borrow your bike." Harley says he has to take Sally home. Marlboro says to get a cab. Guys, I'm terrible at this.
No,
Guys,
no. I mean,
after 4 years, I'm
this
terrible at breaking down a movie.
Doesn't make sense. I mean, even that doesn't make sense.
Dustin's
so,
like, you know what, the scene doesn't make sense, so you're absolved of your sins.
Harley doesn't drink. Marlboro doesn't smoke. There's like a thing there, I guess, right?
But then Marlboro starts smoking, but Harley doesn't start drinking.
No, he never does, which is fine. But like, who cares, really? But the whole thing with like the woman, if that was a callback, or just said, ever since she died. No, it goes nowhere. It's such a shame because there's potential there. There's so much potential for this movie to be so much better than it actually is. Maybe that's why I try to like it.
And there's so many like screenwriting 101 moments that they fuck up, but then they get other things like really right. It's such a hodgepodge of and Zach, I really don't want to take away your love from this movie. I never want to do that. I never want to take anyone's joy away, but this movie's hard to love, my man. I'm trying, and I've been trying the whole entire time, and I will keep calling out moments that I love, but as of right now, it feels like it's weighed to one side, which is bad, unfortunately.
Well, I think when I was younger, I would love to watch, put movies on with like out the sound, like just the visuals. Visually, I find this movie very appealing. And then when the audio kicks in, I'm just like flabbergasted. So, yeah. And then
I am appalled by what's happening.
well, these fucking dilettantes come in here and say, this scene is pointless. It's a bummer because you're like, oh, come on. Like, fucking, these guys they're lousy dudes. They're lousy dudes. They're all lousy dudes. If you really think about it, everybody's a lousy dude, especially if they're going to fucking rob, I think this was their attempt at like the Wild Wild West where everybody's an outlaw. Everybody's an outlaw.
But these guys aren't quite good at it. Dustin,
and they're just, apple dumpling gang.
Well, if you're the kind of person who likes story and following logic and characters' motivations, this movie just leaves you at a loss in every scene. We don't know how Marlboro's been getting around prior to asking to get Harley's bike, and I'll have more to say once we kind of get to the next scene involving Chelsea Field, finally, who's like introduced what is it now? We're like 35 minutes into the movie, or 30.
Yeah. In a movie that's about an hour and 38 minutes. Yeah. She's coming in pretty much. Yeah, we're almost at like the 40-minute mark at this point. There's like an hour left in the film. Cut to Marlboro speeding through Burbank on Harley. He pulls up next to a female cop and does a wheelie and then gives them the bird. I know if I gave Myra the bird, she'd smack me. She turns on her siren and chases Marlboro through the city, including a mall, until they end up at her place in the valley, which very much looks way up in Simi Valley or something. She tells him to put his hands behind his head and pulls her gun on him. Marlboro smiles and says, "Oh, hell, I was just blowing off a little steam," because he's a white man, and if he was a black man, he would not be blowing off a little steam. He'd be pulling a felony. But since he's a white man, he can smile and say, "Oh, shucks.
Yep.
It's okay." It's true.
Yeah,
it's fucking
it is.
true.
No,
You know-
I'm not.
No, I mean, I've been pulled over multiple fucking times, high as fuck. And if I wasn't white, I would have fucking gone to jail.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's for
Or
me,
worse,
it's
right?
an anecdote.
Yeah.
For somebody else, it's a fucking life story.
Yeah.
And in 2022, I don't know, man, it kind of fucking pisses me off.
But she's a hot cop. She's a hot cop.
I on that note, I do love me some hot cops. I'm not gonna lie. The cop says, "Yeah."
Hashtag Brazzers.
Yeah, well, I did. I love those documentaries, quote unquote. She goes, "You blew in the wrong place. Now kiss the wall and spread them." She frisks him down, then grabs his package and says, "Okay, cowboy, let's blow off some steam." Oh, this movie was written and directed by a man.
Big, tall, white man with blonde hair.
With balls, baby, balls.
Well, Don Michael Paul is one big blonde dude. Like, he's the epitome of, he's big blonde blue. I don't know if he's blue-eyed, but fucking, Yeah. Yep. And then from Nestor Serrano's interview that we did with him, Nestor was like, Don was very full of himself. Insecure and full of himself at the same time.
Yeah, guys and gals, if you're listening to this on the Podcasting After Dark feed, please go to the $2 late fee feed and listen to that Nestor Serrano interview. He has some interesting things to say about Don Michael Paul. And the Hat Squad, too, which, again, like Zach said, something we talked about in TV Obscura. But Zach and Dustin have a fucking fantastic interview with him. So please, please, please go check that out.
Thanks.
Cut to a bedroom at night, and the police uniform is on the floor. Marlboro's in bed looking at Virginia, played by Chelsea Field. He asks what's wrong. She says, "I'm getting married." God damn it, Robert. I'm tired of waiting around for you to come by when you feel the need. I get lonely. I like to share my bed with someone at night. Now that my wife's been out of town for a couple of days, I'm not going to lie, I like having the bed all to myself. You two are married. Dustin, real quick question. Do you like empty bed or full bed with your wife?
We have a large bed, so I like a full bed.
Are you a king? Are you a California king?
Okay, we're a king size bed, and sometimes the dogs are in it too. The dogs fucking dominate the bed.
Yeah.
More than we do.
Dustin does.
Yeah. One of my dogs is like 9 pounds, and does not sleep in bed with us until like 5 a.m. when she's like, "I'd like to get in bed," and then she just dominates the.
And then you're like, "This is the time that I'll like to not."
Gives me an inch of space, and then I think about Virginia Slim, and I'm like, I get lonely. I know. Yeah.
Zach, do you prefer a full bed or an empty bed? And this is no judgment on our wives, just I'm saying,
I sleep like a corpse. I know I snore, but I sleep like a corpse, so I don't move around that much.
So I should be asking Kristen this question then, not you.
Well, she starfishes, as she says. So she takes up most.
Gross. What is that?
I was gonna say, I don't know what that is.
she sucks onto your face, where like a suction.
Chocolate starfish. But and then once a week we have sleepover Fridays, Bodie and I. So Bodie and I jumps in the bed and he doesn't. Yeah, it's really sweet. But this scene is like going back to Don Michael Paul, written by a dude. no chick talks like that. Like, sorry.
No,
Sorry. Like,
and it makes me, Zach, it makes me think back of like Deborah Hill working with John Carpenter, and I think a lot of times,
perfect example.
Yeah, like we actually get like in Halloween and stuff, we get female characters that sound like female characters, you know?
Yeah, because she's like, if that's a guy saying that.
Yeah.
In a way.
Yeah, no,
know?
it very much Virginia Slim's dialogue felt like it was a man's voice coming out of like her, basically, you know.
I've always had a problem too. I know it's just I know it is what it is, but I've always had a problem too with like adultery, and that's probably my biggest hang up in movies, because I'm like, it's so fucking lame, you know, because you're painting. Yeah, Don Johnson is an asshole, but the way they make him in this movie, you're supposed to think he's a total awesome badass, right? Ultimately, I think that's what they want.
Yeah,
but he's not a good guy, and she's having sex with him too. I just have, it's a hot button issue for me. I'm just like, that's not okay.
Yeah, no. Later when he comes back to her and everything, I'm like, you are emotionally stunted, dude. Like, you are. It's not cool to just put her through all this. We'll go into that.
Yeah,
when we get there.
We sort of talked about this in our previous episode. I think you guys were like, "Oh, it's awesome," and I don't think any of this is awesome. I think he's totally using her. And if we were going to psychologically analyze him, you know, it would be he knows she's not attainable, so he's chasing this person who validates him and makes him feel good, knowing that, you know,
but he's also not giving her anything.
No.
To as far as like a relationship goes, as a back and forth. And I Dustin, I probably I'm gonna guess by the end of this episode, probably gonna side with you, because I don't think you're wrong on any of these things you call out about Marlboro Man. I think I'm too blinded by Don Johnson. You know what I mean? But I think you're right. I think he's kind of a fucking piece of shit. If anything, he's just emotionally stunted at the very least. You know what I mean? But that being said, I would cheat on Myra with Don Johnson in a fucking heartbeat. Again, said as a completely heterosexual man.
Well, he's not like Harley, where he's just been gone for 2 years. He's been around.
Yeah, he does. She does mention later on that like she shares a bed with him maybe once or twice a month, basically. Yeah. So there is an implication that he's not gone as much as Harley is.
Right. But
and I think too, for me, kind of coming full circle with our discussion on the $2 late fee episode and now this, is ultimately like I'm gripping like what was it about this scene or the scenes they have together that I liked so much? They're both really good actors. And Chelsea Field, you know, she's a really good actor. And I think she brings, and we said this in her interview, she brings a really strong presence on screen. I really do. Like, I feel like her scenes are very heartfelt, in the sense believable.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Believable. And then Don Johnson's so fucking charismatic. He's so charismatic that even as a piece of shit, you're like, yeah, but he's so charismatic.
Yeah. And you know, to Dustin's point, whether I'm sided with Don Johnson or not, whether he's a good guy or not, I am more invested in this relationship than I am invested in like other relationships in the film. And I think it's because Chelsea Field and Don Johnson are good. And in fucking going back to Death Spa, like you can see Chelsea Field improving as an actress in this, and over the course of a handful of years, just a fucking handful. Yeah. She goes from being just a smiley face and, you know, with a great body in Death Spa with a weird, you know, character story arc, to here, you know, to actually being like, she holds her own with Mickey Rourke and Don Johnson. That's fucking impressive. I'm not going to lie.
I'm more concerned about what happens in the kitchen in the next scene.
Yeah. Okay. We'll talk about that in a second. So she says she gets lonely at night. She wants to share her bed with somebody. Marlboro takes out a cigarette and says, "I am what I am, Virginia." Again, this is written by a man. And she says, "I've accepted that and even love it, but I don't have to like it. You can spend the rest of your life looking for whatever the hell it is you're looking for, but someday you're going to have to find yourself. I just can't wait for you to do it anymore. I love you, Robert. But after tonight, you're not welcome here anymore." And then she kind of climbs on him and has that moment. It's like the last moment, and I think for this to work, it has to be their last moment,
Yeah.
Cut to the next morning, and Harley is making breakfast, bacon and Coca-Cola. LA Guns is playing in the background. So as someone who does make bacon every day, I'm now curious to try Coca-Cola, see if that would make it any better. In the next room, Virginia gets out of bed. We see a nice naked Chelsea Field. Some hidden heavy hangers. You guys know what I'm talking about.
Can't believe we went there. I can, but
she puts on a robe and finds Harley destroying her kitchen. He says, "That's for Marlboro. Me and you will go and get something to eat." Yeah. So, and she just, again, written by a guy, types, "Woman walks into her own kitchen, finds man making breakfast that is destroying her own kitchen. Woman smiles and laughs."
That Harley.
Signed, man.
That Harley. What a scamp.
What a scamp.
I know you can add, some people make these Swedish meatballs with root beer, right? Or grape jelly and root beer or something like that. Yeah, it's a thing.
Sure.
And it's delicious. I don't know about Coke and bacon. I remember in the movie The Principal with Jim Belushi. He would drink a Carnation Instant Breakfast, and then he adds a Coke one morning to it and tries it. I remember trying that. It was disgusting. And so it's like, but it's such it's the de-evolution of a fucking, quite possibly could have been a cool character, no longer.
What is he doing there?
He's just...
Why is he there? How did he get there?
He fucking puts the pan on top of the toaster.
And it's catching the fucking shit on fire.
Yeah.
The toaster's catching shit on fire. Yeah, what is he doing there, Dustin? Your question, like, I know what you're asking, like, how did he get there? How does he know where they are?
How did he get in?
My question will be, your question I will throw back at you later in the movie, and like in the climax when Marlboro goes there and Harley basically meets up there. It's like one of those things where it's like, if you ask Harley what's he doing there, his only answer that he could give was, the script asked me to be. Like, if you ask the character, you know what I mean? This movie, it throws out logic for movieisms. And Dustin shaking his head is how I felt about the same thing. If it wasn't for the fact that we got to see a naked Chelsea Field, I'd be like, what was the point of this? But, I love me some Chelsea Field. Cut to...
Should have told her that in the interview.
Yeah.
I didn't.
Your heavy hangers were amazing.
What I told her was that I wanted to have sex with Don Johnson.
Yeah.
And she agreed with me.
She appreciated that.
She did.
I think Scott Bakula agreed with you.
Yeah, exactly. Scott Bakula from the back room is like, I'm with that guy there. Cut to Virginia and Harley eating at a diner. Could it be that Shoney's in Burbank? Kind of looks like it. Virginia says, "What are you two up to this time?" Harley asks if she knows anything about the drug Crystal Dream. Virginia says it's 100% addictive and kills 1 out of 7 users. Dustin said on a text thread offline, Dustin was sad for me, the fact that I knew that fact, because I had to break this movie down. Don't mess with it, she says. They discuss how the drug works, and Harley boils it down by saying, so it sort of numbs the senses and makes the world look better. His face is covered with pastry, goo, and powdered sugar. Virginia goes on about what the drug does and how it kills people, but none of this matters because the drug isn't part of the film. All this dialogue is fucking moot. And it's like, and then my note is, why didn't we see someone die using it or something? The waitress delivers the check and Harley slides it over to Virginia and says, "Hey, I'm broke." She smiles and laughs because that's what the script tells her to, as if she likes Harley.
Wait till you hear the story from Chelsea's mouth about this scene.
You got to listen to the interview to get the whole story on this scene, and all I have to say is, Chelsea Field might be the best actor in this movie.
Yeah,
I won't disagree with that.
For the shit that she has to put up with.
She works really hard. She works really hard knowing what she went through, she worked really hard in this scene.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Yep.
Mickey Rourke's mouth glistening with wet goo and just it's just so fucking gross.
As
This
someone
scene-
who hates hearing the sound of people eating,
Same.
I never knew until I saw this scene that I also hate the visual
Yeah.
of people having jelly all over their face. And I want to reach into the TV and slam fucking Mickey Rourke's head against the table. That's it, how enraged his face makes me in this scene. And then knowing what Chelsea Field had to go through
Yeah.
for this scene adds a whole nother layer that wasn't even there, but yet I feel like I felt it. You know what I mean?
However, I could totally go for some Denny's right now. I fucking love Denny's.
However, I want to eat everything they're fucking eating right there.
Yes.
'Cause I'm with you.
I love to make breakfast. You guys know I
Yeah.
love to make breakfast. I love it when breakfast is like I go to a diner for breakfast. Ooh yeah.
Zach, I'm with you. You are the reason I eat bacon in my oatmeal. You taught me that.
What?
Yeah, it's delicious.
It's delicious. It's fucking delicious.
That's what you eat every day?
I eat bacon in my oatmeal with fruit and everything, and it's fucking delicious. Said like Super Troopers. It's powdered sugar. It's delicious. Cut back to Virginia's place in the valley. Her and Harley walk up to her garage, and we see 3 bikes. One is her police motorcycle, and the other is Harley's Harley. Virginia says in some ways she's jealous of them. The rest of us work so damn hard at life, and you guys just live it one day at a time. She drives off. Harley kind of pushes her face mask down, and I felt like Chelsea Field, the actor, was like, "Fuck you" at that moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like someone rustling a kid's hair.
Yeah,
Don't fucking rustle a kid's hair. So humiliating.
Exactly.
Or an adult's hair.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
hate
Especially.
Yeah. She drives off, and Marlboro comes walking out of her place while Harley sits on his bike. He's taping up one of his boots. Harley asks, "Hey, what's with those boots?" Marlboro barks back, "Lay off my boots, Harley. I'm in no fucking mood." Now, this dialogue right here implies that this is the first time. It makes it sound like the way that he replies, the way he says it, to me, makes it sound like this is the first time he asks. Later, he says he's asked this question 1,000 times. Marlboro asks for a light, and Harley says, "I thought you quit." As Marlboro's lighting his cigarette, he looks at the other bike in the garage and says, "Whose bike?" Harley says, "Probably hers." Marlboro looks at him and says, "She ain't got no Harley. It ain't hers, but I'll bet I know whose it is. His." Marlboro starts to hotwire the bike, but begrudgingly needs help from Harley. "He's going to take my girl. I'm going to take his bike." And they both tear off out of the development together. He's a piece of shit.
He's
right?
a piece of shit.
Right, Dustin?
He's a piece of shit. This poor. Okay, and let's all right. Let's talk about what is left in the kitchen right now, because no one cleaned that.
A mess, a fucking
Right?
mess. Is
So
what's
this-
left in
You
there.
know,
This-
Harley didn't clean it.
Harley didn't clean it. Well, right, because they
Marlboro
left,
didn't clean it up.
and she didn't leave it, clean it up, because she went to breakfast, came back, got on her bike, and went to work in her fucking uniform. So this poor fiance, all right, is coming home later to his bike is stolen, and his house is wrecked. Probably still smells like burnt smoke.
And sex.
Because
Sex.
Yeah.
And his wife smells like, or fiance smells like sex.
Fiance
too.
smells like sex, and yeah, I can't. I'm not giving Marlboro the benefit of the doubt because he didn't clean that shit at all. He just came out and taped up his boots. He probably took her duct tape or whatever. Yeah. So they've just walked all over this poor guy who's done nothing wrong.
Done nothing. And we'll get more from him later. And
Yep.
my note is, sadly, he's a cuck.
Yep. Yep. So, yeah. So he's just stolen this guy's Harley.
He's just stolen this guy's Harley. And the scene is funny because like Marlboro's like, don't tell me how to hotwire a car, Harley, and it doesn't like he can't get the gas, and Harley's like, you gotta turn on the gas, and it's a funny scene. Like when you watch it when you're 12, you're like, these guys are great, these guys are funny, but when you break it down as an adult, Dustin, like you're saying, you're like, but okay, let's look at it. This guy who just loves Chelsea, loves Virginia, he's getting his bike stolen. His fiance is cheating on him. His cokes and bacon are getting eaten in the apartment, and probably that pan is going to need to be thrown away.
And the toaster.
And the toaster.
Yep.
And it's like we're supposed to be on Marlboro's side and weirdly on Chelsea Fields' side, but later, that poor bastard, I'm on his side.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's only guilty of just being a good guy.
Just
He's
loving
only
her.
guilty of being a cuck.
Yeah.
But it's a hard line.
It's hard to get to Hawaii.
It's not paradise all the
All the time. Cut to Harley and Marlboro pulling up to the Great Trust Bank in downtown L.A. Marlboro gives Harley shit about the armored vehicle debacle as they walk into the building. And to change the subject, Harley asks about Virginia's new man. Don't care, didn't ask. Harley says if she wants Marlboro to chase her, that's the game. Marlboro says, my old man used to tell me, before he left this shitty world, never chase buses or women. You always get left behind. Now, Dustin, at this point, we've heard multiple times, my old man, this is what Marlboro says. What's your take on it at this point? Is it running thin, or are you still digging on it, or did you ever dig on it?
Well, I've not. I never really dug on it because, as I said earlier, his old man has all these lessons that he's telling this poor Indian before he takes his land. Essentially, it's just like, how much can you say the whole thing about this? Before he left this shitty world, it's not really charming. And again, it's one of these things that doesn't really ever come back in a fun way, or there's never like a scene of like where he's going against what his old man said. However, like the Boots, like the sayings, he doesn't have a great relationship with his father, as we learned. So you do assign more meaning to these phrases and these boots and everything like that. But he's just stolen this guy's bike, and I really don't give a shit at this point.
Marlboro is the bad guy here, but he's played by Don Johnson, so he's charming.
So he's gets a pass.
Zach, what's your take on the my daddy?
I think my wish was that they would have just kept this more serious than comical throughout the whole thing. Just and maybe made them more upstanding than they actually are. And so I think watching it as a kid, being conflicted about that, because I'm like, these guys look so cool. The certain elements of them are really cool, but down on paper they're assholes. So I think that was my whole thing all along. It's like I love it on one end because like aesthetically, right? And on the other hand, I was really torn. And I was never really a fan of that kind of like, if you're going to go full comedy, go full comedy. But there's somewhere in this gray area, which just doesn't work ultimately, which is really frustrating because I want to like it so much, That's why I think I ended up going, I'll watch it. That's why I watched it so many times, because every time I'm like, maybe I'll like it more this time. It's an abusive relationship, basically.
Tonally, it's all over the place. I personally like the this ongoing phrase that he uses, and I'll call it the end where I think it is funny, where they actually use it for a little bit of a bit in the climax, and I'll call it out when it happens.
And I would have liked it at the end if he's like, my old man always told me before I finally put a bullet in his chest.
Right, if there was something more to it. Yeah, no, that's a good
like
point.
After hitting me so many times or whatever.
Yeah.
Like that would be fucking intense.
Yeah.
That would be cool, actually.
Yeah.
My old man don't know shit, or rules are made to be broken. The last lesson is ignore all the fucking lessons.
Something that ignores it and then just kind of goes, and that's how he kind of like his character changes the arc and everything.
Totally.
Yeah. Good point.
Yep, and then he fucking drops the bike back off with a fucking stack of cash on it for the cop,
Yeah,
sorry,
something.
with a note that says sorry about your kitchen, and then like walks away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be fucking dope, man.
That would be
cool.
great.
Yeah. Spoiler alert, that's not what
Yeah, he doesn't do that.
It doesn't. They don't do that. No.
We are crafting a fucking masterpiece.
Yeah,
this is a movie I'd watch.
And that's what that's what's interesting about this movie is that there's pieces in it that are good that you can extrapolate, but not all of it. As they walk in, we see two of Alexander's men scope out Harley and Marlboro. Chance's second in command, Kamiko, played by Tia Carrere, meets the boys in the lobby. She says, "I assume you're here to do business." They say they're here to talk to the man upstairs, and Kamiko says, "Stay on my tail." And that's all the dialogue she gets. As she leads them to an empty private office, she closes the door and walks away. Harley sits at the desk and they wait. Marlboro says this ain't gonna fly. Harley bets him $1 they pull this off. He says if Marlboro wins, he'll have to give him some credit because the cab fare last night broke him. Marlboro puts out his cigarette and says, "If I win, we're dead." Just then, the phone in the office rings and Harley picks it up. On the other line, Chance says, "You've got something of mine and I want it back." He's in the office upstairs watching them on a monitor via a camera in the empty office. As they are verbally sparring, Marlboro whistles at Harley and points up at the video camera.
Pointless.
Harley,
Pointless.
Yeah. Harley looks up and smiles at it. Chance asks what they want. Harley says $2.5 million. Nah, wait a minute. Check that. I got a little side bet going on. Make that $2.5 million plus $1. And if he didn't ask for that $1, they wouldn't have had a tracking device. Chance asks when and where. Harley says the airplane graveyard tonight. As they're talking, Marlboro spots Alexander and his men surrounding the office. Harley says, "You better call your boys off or you ain't going to get nothing." "Talk to you on the rebound, asshole." Harley hangs up on the phone and Chance looks pissed. He calls Alexander on his cell and tells them to let them go. Again, if Harley didn't ask for that $1, there wouldn't be a tracking device.
And the way Sizemore gives that line, he's like, "Let them go, Alexander. Let them go. It's like so fucking lame.
It is.
Such a lame villain.
I mean, to be fair, there probably would have been a tracking device just in the suitcase. Separate. It's not like this dollar gave them the idea to do it. But, it's pretty risky if you think about it because the dollar could very well have just been spent immediately on a candy bar or something.
Hey, go buy this.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden they attack a 7-Eleven.
Yeah.
That'd be funny. It's like that movie, $20. Did you guys ever see that movie, $20?
No.
Where it follows a $20 bill.
Sounds like
It's like
a short
Robert
film?
Altman.
Oh.
Yeah, no, it's a full feature. Christopher Lloyd, Elizabeth Shue, I think, is in it too. But it follows a $20 bill, and it's like from one person to another, and then their story, what they do with the $20 bill. It's not bad. It's not bad.
Okay, interesting.
But my problem with that scene, and it always has been, is when Marlboro like whistles to Harley, like almost like, kind of on the DL and points up and like, just so you know, you're being watched. And Harley looks right up at the camera to fucking smiles at him. We're like, wasn't he doing that to like not draw attention to him in the first place?
You could have just pointed
Otherwise,
at it.
if he didn't, then Marlboro would have said, "Hey asshole, we can see you right now."
Yeah.
Which is what they should have said.
Every scene has at least one problem in it.
But every scene has a quick fix.
But every scene has a quick fix and also something amazing in it too.
Yeah.
Usually something involving Don Johnson.
Well, I think this is my feeling. That I think they did that because he looked cool when he did that whistle and point up like, "Oh, look how cool he is when he did that." That's what I think.
Don Johnson always looks cool.
He fucking looks cool.
Cut to the airplane graveyard at night. Harley, Marlboro, Jack, and Jose are all waiting inside of one of the abandoned planes. They hear a helicopter fly overhead and land. Only Alexander gets out of the helicopter with a briefcase. When they meet up, Alexander says, "You boys are good for dilettantes." Again. He asks to see the drugs. Harley says to see the cash first. Alexander opens the briefcase. It's all there, including the $1 coin, which Harley flips to Marlboro. Jack drops the duffel bag of drugs, and Alexander examines it before taking it back to the helicopter. Back at the Rock and Roll Grill, the gang is celebrating. Harley says, "It wasn't a walk in the park, but the job's done." Looking at the money, the old man says, "Besides Jimmy and Lulu and the rest of you, this place is what keeps me coming back day after day. Thank you for giving it back to me." As everyone cheers and drinks, Marlboro looks concerned. Harley asks him what's wrong, and he says, "Shit, Harley. We're way out of our league, man. It was too easy. I think we ought to get the fuck out of Dodge. Let things cool off for a bit."
Good advice.
Yeah. Just then, Alexander and his goon squad walks in decked out in their Kevlar trench coats. Harley and Marlboro watch them walk up to the old man in the main area of the bar. They are in the secret back room, watching them through a two-way mirror. Harley asks, "How the fuck did they find us?" The rest of the guys put down their drinks and grab guns and watch the conversation from behind the mirror. We can't hear what Alexander is saying to the old man. They think the old man has everything under control when Alexander smiles and walks away. Just then he stops, looks right at the mirror, and then pulls out his machine gun and shoots the old man while smiling into the mirror. Jimmy screams as Alexander shoots the mirror and kills him. Harley and Marlboro dive behind a sofa. Jose goes over the bar as bullets tear up the place. Harley says they've got to get the hell out of there. Jose pops up from behind the bar and shoots one of the goons, but gets gunned down too in the process. Marlboro says, "I'm gonna fucking die today, Harley, and I blame you." Harley says, "No, we're gonna live, man, and we're gonna go through that window to do it. Jack, cover me." Jack starts firing his shotgun while Harley dives out his window. Jack starts firing his shotgun while Harley dives out the window and onto the roof of a car below. Marlboro stands up with his guns blazing and follows suit. Jack doesn't make it, but he kills LaFours in the process. Harley and Marlboro wait for Jack, but when he doesn't come, they run to the Burbank airport and hop the fence onto the runway. So for me, and I think I remember as a kid too, this is where it changed. Like, I was like, I want to be their friend. I want to be a part of their gang and everything. And now they all get gunned down. And now I'm like, tonally, I'm like, well, what the fuck was all of this for then? You know what I mean? Like, and then it's going to become, like, spoiler alert, it's going to become a revenge movie. But is it really? Like, didn't they try to get the bar back with the lease? But, like, I'm like, everyone's dead. I hate that everyone dies right here. I do truly hate that. Dustin, thoughts?
Well, it's all super casual. Like the way Don and Mickey are watching their friends get gunned down, and you know, and like they're not going holy shit, or they're not screaming no. They're just like Marlboro Man's just more mad at Harley for more clown ineptitude than anything else. So so it's really, you know, this scene starts off, you're siding with Don Johnson's emotional maturity in a way. It was too easy. You're right. This isn't over. And then everyone's gone down. It fucking sucks. It's fucking waste. It's fucking ridiculous. But I'm also kind of like, why was everyone on board with this plan? Because this plan is fucking stupid too. Like, going back, once they realized they had the crystal dream, the plan should not have been to try and sell it back to the people they stole it from. That makes no fucking sense. It makes no sense. It's cleaner than them trying to sell drugs on the street or something. But yeah, that's the point where you're just like, you kind of get what you deserve, because you're dealing with the big boys. You don't know what the fuck you're doing. You're going into this bank like you own the place, like you know how to fucking do a deal like this. You guys don't know shit, and you've gotten everyone killed. Sorry. bad, but it's on
Yeah.
you.
Yeah. And moving forward, Marlboro is rightfully mad at Harley for all of this. But it feels like emotionally at this point, halfway through, well, there's probably only about another 30 minutes left in the movie, but at this point, I'm emotionally drained.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, I wanted these guys, I thought this was the emotional arc to the film, and they're all dead. I'm like, I'm not rooting for Harley and Marlboro. I'm rooting for this bar. And spoiler alert, like, it doesn't really matter? Question mark?
No.
I feel like the only way they could have saved this whole situation here is if the Kevlar gang shows up and the old man is there with Lulu, and Lulu's pissed, but she's like, well, at least we saved the bar or whatever. And they tell, and the old man says, you know what, you guys get out of here. I'll handle this. It's all under control. And they all leave, right? And as they leave, the bar blows up. Right. And so old man and Lulu are dead, and they all see that the whole gang's still together, and they see this go down. And then the third act where they meet in the graveyard, it's all of them battling them for revenge, not just Harley and Marlboro.
Yeah.
But it's all of them. And that to me would make more sense, where they're like, no, okay, fine. And then they could all say, we're all going to die, but at least we'll go out in a blaze of glory.
At that point. Yeah.
And because as right now, the sequel to this movie is Kill Bill, but with Vanessa Williams tracking down Harley and Marlboro Man for killing her father, her brother, and her husband.
Yeah.
And here's the thing, again, written by a guy, Vanessa Williams' character should be the emotional arc of this entire movie right now because of what she just lost. But guess what, guys and gals?
Yeah.
She's never seen again in this film.
Yeah. And if she sang Bang Bang, You Shot Me Down, that would be 10 times better than all the shit she did in this. So, yeah.
And let's just say one more thing. Even if there wasn't a tracker in this fucking suitcase, A, they could have easily tailed these fucking idiots back to the bar.
Because they're morons.
And B, isn't it weird that you're asking for the exact amount of money
that's
needed,
that is needed
to save
keep the bar
this specific bar that the bank is... So it's just so fucking dumb. It's also fucking dumb.
Yep.
And the movie's it's like, we know it's dumb because Harley's dumb. So isn't that clever? And then us as an audience is like, no, it's not clever. Marlboro and Harley run through the busy runway area with Alexander and his remaining men following. I don't know if I called it out, but Jose kills a guy, and yes, Big John Studd kills a guy, and so now they're down to 3 guys, including him.
By the way, good for those 2 who got some shots off.
Yeah.
They hop onto one of the luggage carts, and when the coast is clear, they sneak into the storage compartment of one of the airplanes. As they are hiding in there, a female luggage handler walks up the ramp in the storage area, and Harley grabs her and pulls her in as she's screaming. Harley puts his hand in another movie. Harley and Marlboro are the bad guys, by the way, in a different movie. Harley puts his hand on her mouth as Marlboro tries to get her to calm down. I like how she kicks Marlboro in the head.
Yeah, that was funny. Yeah, that's actually funny.
That was. Harley tells Marlboro to take her as he moves the luggage that's being transferred up the ramp from her coworker below into the plane. Because he's like, take her while I do the job, while I work here. Marlboro can hardly hold her down. I said here, they should have had her on their crew. She was fucking badass. Alexander walks past the male luggage handler, and the guy says that it's restricted area. Alexander guns him down in cold blood. The female luggage handler stops struggling and gets Marlboro when she sees that. Alexander walks by as the body of the dead luggage handler goes up the motorized ramp. Harley pulls him into the storage area, and Marlboro takes his hand off the lady's mouth. Another grounds crew walks up and shuts the door, locking Harley, Marlboro, the lady that they kidnapped, and the dead coworker in there.
Like, what the fuck?
Cut to Harley and Marlboro walking down the Las Vegas Strip. So I want to know, what the happened between there? What the fuck happened when they landed in Vegas?
Yep.
How did they explain that whole flight? About what you guys know, about an hour from Burbank to LA.
Yeah.
That's an hour for them to
45.
explain everything. Yeah, hour and 45.
No, 45,
Explain-
just 45. It's real
45
fast.
minutes.
It's
There
real
you
fast.
go.
Yeah.
To explain everything to that poor luggage handler lady. Did she not go to the cops or the news station and was like, what the fuck is going on? They had to fly with the dead body of her coworker in there. And you don't know what kind of history she had. My brain is like, what is that flight all about? Zach, help me, man. Help me. You love this movie.
No, they killed her. They killed her.
No.
No, she's dead. She's all dead.
All messed up. She's all messed up.
Yeah, she's all messed up. By the way, isn't it super cold in the luggage compartment?
Yeah, exactly. Is it
So
pressurized?
she froze to death.
And so did they.
But no, because they're filled with testosterone.
Yeah, they are.
They
And
survived.
adrenaline. Yeah, it's just yeah, you're right. I mean, yeah, that guy's dead. Sorry. Anyway, those are the bad guys that killed her. I killed him. So yeah, don't say anything.
Don't say
Dream?
anything. We're gonna handle this. Don't say anything. That guy has a family.
Yep.
He has a pension.
You know what? But you know what could have worked? Maybe not. But they put Crystal Dream in her eyes, and suddenly they're like, "This didn't happen. He's still alive."
Touche. We'll go
And
with
she's
that.
like fucking drawing, penises on his face or something with a Sharpie.
I'll go with that. I'll take that. It's the only thing that makes fucking sense.
Yeah.
So as they're walking down the Vegas Strip, Marlboro says, "I hate this fucking town." Harley says, "Hey man, you don't even know anything about this place." To which Marlboro replies, "I grew up here, you dumb bastard." And I feel like that's just all of us talking to Harley. You know what I mean? The audience.
I do love that though. It doesn't fucking make sense or whatever. You still a piece of shit, but it's a funny line.
But it also shows that they don't really know much about each other, even though they're friends.
Yeah.
He goes, "You mean to tell me real cowboys? I mean, shit-kicking rodeo cowboys come from Vegas?" And then Marlboro goes, "Some of the best, maybe even one of the best," and that's it. That's all he says about that. So it's like, okay, didn't even need any of this dialogue. Cut to Harley and Marlboro entering a hotel room. It's a high rise, and they're near the top of the building, which will make sense in a minute, but I just need to call that out now. Harley says they were going to stay the night, get some rest, and clean up. Marlboro isn't happy that the room is so high. Harley reminds him that there's a convention in town, and it's all they could get. But Marlboro says makes for a tough getaway. Harley says they can't find them, but Marlboro says he wouldn't bet on that. Harley tells Marlboro to stop whining. He's starting to sound like Jimmy. Marlboro looks at him and cold cocks him for that, right?
Yep.
Right, Dustin?
Yep.
"Jimmy's dead, you heartless piece of shit. 4 of our friends got killed tonight. They're gone. Fucking tagged on the toe dead. Does that matter to you?
Seriously.
I mean, do you fucking care?" Harley sits up. "Hey, Marlboro, I didn't force anyone to do it. They took the chance and they knew the risk." He wipes the blood off his mouth. "All right, hey, look, it's my fault, and I got to live with it. But right now, you and me, we got to pull it together if we're going to survive." Marlboro shakes his head and walks out the door. As Harley is thinking about what just happened, he looks down and sees the silver dollar from the exchange. It's half open, and a red light is coming out from inside of it. So this exchange here, like, why is this not the moment that Marlboro Man just walks out of Harley's life? Harley doesn't seem to me that he's that remorseful. I get that the script is trying to say that, but to me, Mickey Rourke isn't really pulling that off. Zach, what do you, I mean, like, how do you reconcile this,
You don't, because it's really shitty writing to make Harley act the way he acted in that scene. It doesn't track because, as we know later, he comes around and, says his whole thing about like, that was all bullshit. It just doesn't track. The whole reason why he wanted to do what he did was to save the bar, and he loves his family, quote unquote, you know? And for him to like kind of act so heartless, Marlboro could have said, easily hit him and said, you know, you didn't mean that shit. And then that's Harley's like, you know what? You're right.
Because Harley makes two statements here, and one's correct and one's not. One is him saying that they knew the risk, and that's him being machismo. But then him saying, I think he's being honest when he's like, I'll take the hit on this one. You know what I mean? Type of thing. But there's no change in Mickey Rourke's sort of acting between the two phrases. Do you know what I mean?
That's the problem, because he doesn't change in that scene, and he should have changed in that scene, because you're right. Like Marlboro could have left, got on the phone, and you never see him again, but he comes back, right?
I guess my ultimate question to you, Zach, is, do you think that Harley Davidson does feel remorse at this point for his dead friends?
I mean, it's portrayed like a no, but I want to say yes.
I'm with you, Zach. Dustin, at this point, do you think he feels any remorse, or do you think he's just like sort of a sociopath and he's like, they knew the risk going into it?
No, I'm sure this is a guy whose entire life has probably been the same fucking pattern of this bullshit, where he's the asshole, he fucks up, and then, tries to act like that's what he was trying to do the whole time. It's the fucking, of course he feels remorse because he's a fucking clown and it's his fault. So he has to act like it's not. But, as far as the audience is concerned, why do we care about these two fucking idiots? We don't.
This could have been the perfect opportunity for Harley to start crying.
To emote something. To be like, man, these guys were, because we already know, well, he does say that like this was his life. Yeah.
But he could have easily said, what do you want me to do? And then the tears start coming out. He's like, I just killed all my friends. You think I feel, you don't think I care about that? Of course I do.
Yeah.
And then like that could have been it.
There was a moment here for Harley to have a very human moment and experience and everything, and the writing doesn't give him that. And Mickey Rourke is a fucking fantastic actor, so he can pull off whatever they need him to pull off. So again, I go back to, this is director problems at this point,
or it's Mickey wanting to do a scene a certain way.
Yeah, because if Mickey Rourke is just going rogue and you can't tell an actor how to do the scene. I mean, you really can't. And I don't necessarily agree that it's a directing problem, because if you have a fucking loose cannon who's just doing whatever the fuck he wants, and this is his portrayal of it, and you're saying, well, and we don't know what Simon Wincer's intent was. He could have very well just been like, fuck this, I'll just take a paycheck dealing with this asshole.
Yeah. Yeah,
he could have. This might have gone. They might have shot it a couple different ways, and Simon Wincer might have said, "Fuck it, you know what? Mickey's being a douche. Let's just move on."
Yeah,
yeah. So I don't know. I could see very well that Don Johnson's trying to get a certain something from his scene partner, and he's not getting it.
And you're making me. I'm remembering now. That's how I felt in the scene. Feeling like, I wonder if this is Don Johnson fucking getting pissed off at Mickey Rourke in this scene. Like this, this is a little more, this soft script in a sense. Like Don Johnson's like, come on, you fucker, like emote.
Yeah.
And like, I mean, Dustin has called it out multiple times. And as much as I love Marlboro Man, Dustin, you're right. He is kind of a piece of shit, but I don't think Don Johnson does a bad job acting. That's the story. That's the character, But I think Don Johnson does a great fucking job, and I could see him wanting Mickey Rourke to like fucking pull out something stronger than what he's pulling out here.
I think Don Johnson does a great job in this scene. I think he's very believable, very emotional.
I do too.
Yeah, but again, why is this on Don John? Why is this on Marlboro Man?
Yeah,
it shouldn't
agreed.
be.
Yep. Yeah. By the way, guys and gals, year 3's crossover event will be Dustin's pick. So I'm curious to see what it's going to be.
The Last Boy Scout, guys. The Last Boy Scout.
I'm on board for that one, my friend. Love that fucking movie. Cut to Virginia Slim laying in bed with her eyes open while her fiance is sleeping next to her. The phone rings and it startles her. By the way, pet peeve of mine, I hate in movies when a phone rings and scares somebody. Because in my life, a phone ringing has never fucking scared me. It's Marlboro Man calling from the casino in the hotel lobby.
Hey, it's Marlboro Man.
It's Marlboro Man. Being a dick.
Hey, Virginia.
Hey, baby, it's Marlboro Man.
It's me, Marlboro.
Fucking up her life.
You're probably
He
wondering
says-
why your kitchen was left a mess and your fiance is missing a motorcycle, a Harley Davidson.
You're probably wondering those things, even though there will be no
Yeah.
consequences for them.
No.
Hey, babe, it's cigarette guy.
Yeah.
Hey, babe. Hey,
Hey, babe.
babe. Hey, babe, I stole
babe,
your
it's
fiance's
cigarette guy,
motorcycle.
eh?
Hey, babe, what was Norm Macdonald playing Marlboro Man?
Hey, babe. Hey,
Hey,
yeah,
babe.
I got that.
That's
I got
Burt
that
Reynolds.
motorcycle right here.
You know, I guy.
R.I.P. Norm Macdonald. Fucking love that man.
Oh, okay, yeah.
He says he called because he just wants to hear her voice. He's calling at like fucking 1 a.m. and he knows she's fucking married or
Yeah.
fiancéed. Fuck, he's an asshole.
Yeah.
Dustin, god damn it, you're so right.
He's horrible.
Well,
He's
he is
horrible.
named
It's horrible.
well, he is named after a guy who causes cancer to people. So,
Yes,
you know.
he is cancer. He is cancer to her. You're right. Oh, she tries to help him, but he won't tell her where he is. I've already dug too many graves, none of them my own. Because this is what a woman wants to hear. This is what a man thinks is romantic
Woken
that a
up.
woman would want
Yep.
to hear.
I broke that door. I put a hole in that door for you, baby.
For you,
I punched
baby.
That hole. Yep.
Yep, that hole in that wall for you. Yeah, I punched that hole in for you, you know. Virginia says, Robert, this is the realest shit that anyone's ever said to him. You keep running, and sooner or later, you're going to end up just like your dad. Drunk, dead, and alone, and all you can do is hold on and wait. As she's talking, fucking Marlboro Man, piece of shit, spots Alexander and his goons entering the casino. He doesn't say goodbye. He doesn't say anything.
Nope.
He drops the phone. He doesn't even hang up.
Nope. Gotta go. Nope.
Gotta go. This is a man's world.
Anything
and you're
considerate.
just in it.
Yep.
He drops the phone and quickly walks away as they go to the front desk. Fucking Virginia Slim. Poor girl. I can't even. Guys, we're done. I can't even go on anymore. Dustin, I didn't even go into this movie. I went into this fucking breakdown being like, Marlboro Man's my favorite character in the movie. Dustin's like, no, he's a piece of shit. And I'm like, no. And then, no, he's a piece of
You're
shit.
an
Dustin, you
apologist.
were right.
A Marlboro Man apologist. Yeah.
This is the exact same thing that happened with Cyborg. This is the exact because both Corey and I going into Cyborg were like, when we were kids, we loved this movie. You know.
And then
I still love it on certain levels.
I know. And spoiler alert, I still love Harley Davidson and the Marlboro Man on certain levels too. There's certain things about it that I love. In Cyborg 2, both of them. Terrible fucking movies though. Back in the room, he busts in and tells Harley they've got company. Harley says he knows how they found him, but Marlboro says to tell him later. They grab their things and leave the room.
Tell me later.
Tell me later.
Tell me
How'd they
later.
find me? Tell me later.
No time.
No time. In the hallway of the hotel, they see Alexander get off the elevator, and they run for the stairs. He sees them and draws his machine gun. In the stairwell, Harley and Marlboro go up because they see more trenchcoat goons below them. One of the goons yell they're going up. Harley and Marlboro make their way to the roof and find out they have nowhere to go. They eventually make their way around and hide behind a large mechanical unit. That's like an air conditioner or something. Marlboro says, we're at death's door, Harley, and the devil's a-knocking. So you better think of something fast or start your ass praying for real. Harley peeks over the edge of the 15-story building and sees a pool below them. He says, put your gun away. We're going to jump. Marlboro quickly looks over the edge and says, are you out of your fucking mind? Just then, Alexander and his men walk out onto the roof, and Marlboro starts shooting at them. They return fire. Marlboro empties a full clip, but none of them drop. He says, well, whatever they're wearing's made out of die-hard blue steel. Harley looks at the edge and tells Marlboro to take his hand. By the way, this is when I realized this movie's a love affair between these two. Virginia Slim doesn't matter. It's the love affairs between them, the friendship. That's the relationship arc of the movie.
Yeah, the intention for sure.
I love how Marlboro looks absolutely terrified and says no. Harley says, "You're going to get shot up here." "Well, you're going to get smashed down there." Harley says he'd rather be smashed than shot. I love how Marlboro's like, "Not me."
God.
More bullets hit around them. Harley yells, "All right, fuck you. You stay up here and you get shot and die." Then he punches Marlboro in the face from the sitting position. He goes, "I owe you that." I love how Marlboro's like, "What the fuck?" Harley gets to his feet and runs to the edge and jumps off. There's no noise as Harley falls to the pool on the ground floor. We see the briefcase is already in the water, but we didn't see him throw it. Back on the roof, Marlboro says under a hail of bullets, "I hate you for this, Harley. I fucking hate you for this." And he jumps off the roof and yells, "I hate you, Harley," the whole way down. He lands in the pool safely, and they quickly climb out as bullets splash around them. I got no beef with this. I thought this was fun.
No, it's Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid homage.
Yep.
That's what it is. I think that's what he's trying to get across in some respect.
Yeah, it's kind of like, it's very like Lethal Weapon too. You know, it's just like the buddy. We need that buddy scene of them in duress, yelling shit at each other and
jumping off a hotel
something
into a pool.
Yes.
Like, I think we saw that in Lethal Weapon. Didn't we see them jump into a pool with Leo Getz in number 3 or something?
Probably. I mean, the opening, the way you're introduced to, I feel like Mel Gibson, or at one point, you know, he handcuffs himself to a guy.
Right.
And
jumps off. And that's in Lethal
off.
Weapon 1.
That's the first one. I feel like they're always, you know, we've seen this in many movies where there's the, "Oh shit!" Like there's just the guys jumping off the roof into sometimes it's into a pool, sometimes it's a waterfall, sometimes it's a, you know, but there's always guys shooting. Yeah.
And in a movie like this is a scene that I'm completely expecting to see. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cut to Harley and Marlboro hitching a ride on a freight train. Marlboro says, "We got to go back, Harley." Harley shoots back, "What the fuck you talking about? We survived. It's over." Marlboro doesn't believe him, but Harley reassures him that it's most definitely over. He takes the silver dollar out of his pocket and shows it to Marlboro. "See this?" He opens it to reveal the tracker. It's out of commission. That means that them fuckers can't keep coming out of nowhere anymore. Marlboro says, "We got a bunch of money we didn't get for ourselves and a bar full of dead friends in L.A. It ain't right. This ain't over. And we owe it to our friends to make it right." Harley says that they came out alive and they came out ahead. He ain't doing it. Marlboro says, "God damn it, Harley, we ain't ahead. And if being alive means I'm living on the run, then I don't want it." Harley tells Marlboro to do what he thinks is right. He's going to stay alive. Marlboro stands up, grabs his pack, and looks at Harley and says,
"Better be dead and cool than alive and uncool,"
and jumps out of the moving train. Waylon Jennings' Hardline starts playing as Marlboro watches the train drive off with Harley in it. And by the way, that scene, I fucking liked. That scene was fucking cool. That's the energy that I want from this fucking movie.
Well, yeah, it is a good scene because it at least they called to attention the fact that he brought up this line in the first place, and he's a hypocrite at this point. It seems that way. But he was 5 minutes ago, he was an asshole hypocrite with them when they were in the hotel. So there was like no real resolution over that whole thing. It only comes later at the climax of this movie, you know, where he needs him the most, basically.
Yeah.
And it's just again, it's just shitty writing or shitty whatever they could get out of it. I would love to know, you know, talk to Simon Wincer about this, because we want to like to know like exactly what went down, what transpired, because you know, continuity wise, someone was sitting back going, "This doesn't work."
Yeah. Yeah.
But come on. I mean, really, the 90s churned out some shitty movies.
Yeah.
But also, like, there's reasons for them being shitty. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a reason for this movie not going the way it was supposed to go or should have gone.
Yeah.
There's a reason for it. I want to know the reason.
I'm with you, man. This movie's a hot mess, but there's enough pieces in it that tells me that there's something there. Like and then there's something there that I like too. Like there's pieces of things that I like, but there's something wrong. Like something happened, and I think we've kind of gotten to the bottom of it. I think it's Mickey Rourke. I think it's Mickey Rourke being, doing whatever improv shit he wants to do or whatever. But there is something wrong with the script, though. There's something fundamentally wrong with the script as well. And we haven't even touched on the fact of how they hop between L.A. and Denver and fucking Vegas in no time flat whatsoever.
Yeah, and isn't it easier to say, "Oh, I took the money for this movie and I made a bad movie," versus saying, "Oh, I made a bunch of mistakes."
Yeah.
Isn't it easier for somebody sometimes to not take responsibility? And we know from listening to the Chelsea Field interview, we know that he did certain things and Dustin and I have heard that from Eric Roberts, of who Patrick Kilpatrick, maybe? No, he was talking about Jean-Claude Van Damme. But I feel like we've interviewed other actors who've brought up Mickey Rourke's behavior. Like it's a pattern. It's a pattern. So, fuck it. I think that's what frustrates me too. Because like Don Johnson is doing a good fucking job.
He's crushing it.
Whether his character
put that aside. Don Johnson, the actor, is doing 100% of the work in this movie. He's doing all the work.
It's just, how fitting is it that he's the one that makes all the shots, right? Yeah. Mickey Rourke's the one who misses, and it's kind of like the kid,
Cut to probably one of the most problematic scenes in the entire fucking movie. So it's weird because I love this Waylon Jennings Hardline song that's playing during the course of this scene. But let me get through it because I'm going to have so much to say afterwards. Cut to Virginia's house in the valley at night. Hardline is playing throughout the whole scene. Again, jizzed hard for that. Marlboro knocks on her front door and her fiancé answers with, "What do you want?" Marlboro just says, "Virginia." He says she's asleep, but Marlboro says, "Wake her up." What an asshole. There's a slight time jump, and we hear Virginia and her fiancé fighting inside while Marlboro smokes a cigarette on her porch area. She comes out in her bathrobe and drags Marlboro by the arm away from her place. "You've got until we reach the sidewalk to say what you've got to say." Her fiancé is standing in the doorway watching. Marlboro looks at her and says, "He the guy?" She asks, "What do you want, Robert? You want my help? Robert? You want my sympathy? My hand in marriage? What?" Marlboro says, "I don't know what I want," because he's emotionally stunted.
What a dickhead.
"But I know what I don't want. I don't want whatever there was between us to end without telling you you've been the better part of my life, the best part of my life." Marlboro touches Virginia's face while her cuck of a fiancé watches. "Goodbye, Virginia." He walks away, but Virginia calls back to him and he turns around. Just then, Harley comes riding in on his motorcycle like the professional cockblocker he is, and Virginia walks back inside to her cop fiancé that didn't do shit about Marlboro stealing his bike. Harley stops in front of Marlboro and says, "Sorry I'm late. I had a layover in Denver." Marlboro smiles because the love interest in this movie is not between Marlboro and Virginia. It's between Marlboro and Harley. Yep. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but Virginia gets fucking dirtied. You know what I mean? Like, she gets done dirty. Dustin, any thoughts on this scene right here?
So many.
I know.
Yeah. Don's a dick. Marlboro Man is a dick. It bothers me that Harley goes there. Like, why can't we have a location where he actually has a fucking apartment or something? Why, does Harley have a tracker on fucking Marlboro Man? Like, why the fuck would he be like, I'm going here?
He ended up there from Denver, too.
From Denver. This is, you must be going to Virginia's.
So they flew to Vegas. He then took a train to Denver and now arrives at her place on his motorcycle. Map that out for me, guys and gals.
It makes no fucking sense. And this asshole is just showing up. He's not even showing up to Virginia to be like, look, this might be the last time you see me because I'm going to go on a fucking revenge bender against these,
I'm going to go on a revenge bender.
I mean, really.
That's honestly the funniest thing I've ever fucking heard. I love that. I'm going to go on a revenge bender.
I mean, heads up. I love you, and it shouldn't be this fucking wimpy. I don't know what I want right now. It should just be, I fucking love you, and I'm here to say goodbye because everyone fucking died, and And by the way, sorry, I fucking left you hanging at the airport or at the hotel. I just left you on the phone call.
like an asshole. Yeah, no, I think that this would have been better if he was like, look, I don't know what I want, but I want you to be happy. And if it's not with me, that's okay. Because right now, the movie shits all over her fiance, which we don't know has done anything wrong other than loving a very loose woman. So it's like...
I believe his name is Mark Furman, though.
That guy looked familiar, but I see what you did there.
That's a callback?
Yeah, dude. You derailed my entire brain of thought.
Sorry.
I have no idea where I was going. But yeah, it's just say you know what? Because here's the thing. So again, spoiler alert, we're never going to see her again. So this could be the last time he really sees her.
Yeah.
So just say, you know what? I got to go do this thing. I got to go make things right. I may not come back. I just want to tell you I love you. You were the best part of my life, and I want you to be happy with Cuck over there.
Yep, I fucked up. Yeah.
Cuck Furman.
And by the way, that motorcycle is gone.
And by the way, that Cuck's motorcycle, gone.
Left it in front of the bank.
He's not getting paid for that.
Yeah, I don't know.
He's going to have to use his pension. I'm sorry. But Marlboro Man at this point has a lot to apologize to Virginia Slim about. And guess what? He doesn't apologize for any of it.
Nope.
He just smiles at Harley and knows that the love affair between those two will just move forward.
Sorry, I'm late. Got caught in Denver. Jesus Christ. Fuck you. Go away. We're supposed to care about you? Fuck you.
Yeah. Brought you an omelet. Brought you a Denver omelet.
Brought you a Denver omelet.
Brought you a new toaster. Here you go, Virginia.
Yeah. I brought you a new toaster, a new pot from fucking...
Six pack of Coke.
Jesus Christ.
Carnation to breakfast.
God. So bad.
Cut to the same...
hard line.
Ticket to and what's funny is there's only like fucking 15 minutes left in the movie. It's not 20. It's not a lot. Cut to the same Las Vegas billboard they were sitting on at the beginning of the movie, and Harley and Marlboro are chatting on it again. Harley asks if they're friends. Marlboro, who's fixing the duct tape on his boot, says, "Sure, we're friends. How come with all the shit that you and me been through? I've asked you the same question 1,000 times, and you never answered me. What's with those fucking boots?" And again, the only other time we ever had him ask the question, the way Marlboro Man replies to it, it feels like it's the first time. But here he's saying, I've asked that 1,000 times. Marlboro says, "My old man gave me these boots first time I rode in a professional rodeo. It was the first and last thing he ever gave me." Harley says that Marlboro could have told him that. Marlboro says, "Just kind of figured it was between him and me. I got thrown and busted my arm in 4 places." Harley says that he thinks Marlboro should ride again. Marlboro says, "Someday, maybe." Harley then pulls out a big-ass gun. Marlboro asks, "Where the hell did you get that big-ass hog leg?" I love that. Harley says, "Denver. This is a Ruger Super Blackhawk, 454 conversion." Marlboro snickers and says, "God damn, Harley, that's too much gun for you." Harley says, "This is what I learned with." Marlboro laughs and says, "Nobody learns with a converted 454. Harley says, "I did." Marlboro says, "That explains it." Harley says in all his years he's never wanted to shoot anyone in anger, and he sure as shit never wanted to kill nobody. Marlboro says, "Me neither." And he puts the silver dollar tracker back together. And the whole thing about no one learns on a 454, I'm watching this and I'm like, I don't understand any of this. I don't know what a 454 is. I don't know why no one should learn how to use on it. I don't get it. And then later, it's not like Harley Davidson is any better shooting with the gun that he learned on. He still sucks with it. So what's the point, Dustin?
Well, the point is that he learned on the wrong gun because it's too much to handle.
Okay.
He can't fucking shoot a gun. It's another clown antic from a clown. I just yeah, and then we've got this tracker that we just assemble back together.
Easy peasy.
Let's just keep
put
it.
Back together.
Yeah, let's just. These guys are monitoring it.
Yeah.
Did he buy the gun with the drug money?
That is the easiest explanation. Yes,
of course.
I'll answer you. Yes.
But then they give the money back to him, and then don't they say they give all the money back to him?
It's minus probably a couple $100 for that. Yeah, that Super Blackhawk.
And that tracker for his motorcycle that he put on it.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Cut to Alexander in a helicopter looking at an iPad tracker that starts going off on a map.
Future.
Yeah, the future.
Yeah, thank God he was ready in the helicopter, just searching forever in case it came back on.
This gets weirder. He tells the helicopter pilot, "Take up a heading of 010. There's 7 clicks northwest of here." I want to just ask guys and gals, Zach and Dustin, anybody. I've been watching movies my entire life, and you know as well as I do, we've all heard they are X amount of clicks away from here. What the fuck does clicks mean?
No clue.
No, click is a armed forces term.
Okay.
But it equates to an actual measurement.
Okay.
Let's see exactly what it is. It's a click is it's a kilometer.
Okay.
But that's weird because clicks are kilometers. We don't measure things in the U.S. in kilometers, but the military does and the UK does. So
interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Dustin.
Dustin, go back to bed.
Good night.
So the helicopter pilot, we'll talk about in 1 second, says back to him, "Sounds like the same heading my co-pilot shouted out the day we choppered into Quezon. Last thing the ugly bastard ever said." Alexander looks at him in complete disgust and says, "Shut the fuck up and fly, Tom." Jesus fucking Christ. We see the helicopter fly over LA towards the valley.
One
Then
of the best
lands
lines.
in the airplane graveyard. But Tom, Zach, who's Tom played by? The helicopter pilot who gets billed at the beginning of the film.
Robert the Exterminator Ginty. I mean, come on. Nothing. Robert Ginty is... Look up that dude's filmography, by the way. He's been in some gems. And when I say gems, they're like polished turds in a good way. So many great movies.
And we covered The Exterminator in the first season of Podcasting After Dark. That was my first experience with Robert Ginty. When I watched this for the first time when I was a kid, didn't know who he was. But when I watched this a few weeks ago, I fucking lost my shit when I saw his name in the credits. I was like, oh my God, Robert Ginty's in this? Like, where the fuck is he? And then he shows up in the last fucking 15 minutes of the film. It's so weird.
So weird. He, Mystery Science Theater 3000 did one of his movies once, where they just made fun of the fact that he mumbles all the time when he talks. But then, I mean, I love Robert Ginty. He was in Loverboy, that Patrick Dempsey movie. He was one of the scorned husbands, who comes back for revenge. Anyways, Robert Ginty's he looks like Tim Allen. would never take him seriously as an action hero, but he did a shit ton of action movies. So I love that about the guy. So God bless Robert Ginty.
Listen to our Exterminator, episode. I am very candid about my thoughts on Robert Ginty's weak chin. But after the time that I've spent with Zach and everything, I see him now and I'm like, oh, Robert Ginty, this is awesome. You know what I mean? And but yet not, because his role is very minuscule, but okay.
Yeah, but I love his role. It's fun.
Yeah, I actually do too. It's actually one of my favorite roles in the movie because as a character, I want to know what his backstory is.
Yep.
Alexander and his remaining 2 goons get out of the helicopter in their full Kevlar trench coats. They follow the iPad. Again, guys, this is 1991. But good job on them. They follow the iPad to the briefcase hidden in one of the planes. When Alexander opens it, she just finds a silver dollar tracker inside of it. He smashes his iPad in rage and just looks like a doughy little boy when he scowls. Alexander looks over and sees Harley and Marlboro standing on a wing of a plane about 50 yards away. Harley says, "Well, God, if you do exist and you're up there watching from wherever you're watching from, just look away for a minute." Which is a line that I like that line. I was like, that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
The trenchcoat goons start walking towards them, and Marlboro says, "Remember, these bastards are bulletproof, so aim for their heads, dead center. You might want to hold on to that cannon with both hands. Don't yank, don't pull, squeeze. You ready?" I fucking love the way Don Johnson delivers all these lines.
Agreed.
Harley says, "Let's rock and roll these motherfuckers."
I love it.
Marlboro says, "Let's make things right." Everyone starts shooting and ducking for cover. Marlboro takes out one goon by shooting his hand, causing him to drop his gun, then shooting him in the head. Marlboro and Harley duck behind the landing gear of a plane to reload. Marlboro says to Harley, "You know that gun costs about $2 every time you fire it. That's $2 a bullet." Harley asks how many he hit. "You spent $12 and you didn't hit a goddamn thing. I nailed one and it cost me about $4.25. I do like this whole conversation that they have through this shootout about how much each bullet is worth. Neither of you do, so I'll just move on.
I do too. I like what happens in a little bit with Harley.
Yeah.
It's like $1, $2, whatever. Fucking trying to count.
Harley asks where the goons went. Just then, bullets hit all around them and they run. As they're running, Marlboro says, "They're right there and they're spending a fortune." Harley and Marlboro find cover in the engine of a plane. As the goons are looking for them, a rabbit makes a noise and causes them to turn around and shoot at it. Harley and Marlboro pop up from behind and ambush them, killing the last generic goon guy. Marlboro shot him, of course, and Alexander dives for cover. Marlboro climbs out of the plane engine and they start searching for Alexander. After sneaking around for a bit, Alexander gets a jump on them, and Marlboro takes a shot in the arm as he dives for cover. Harley makes it behind a plane without getting hit. Marlboro reaches for his dropped gun while Alexander advances, but he shoots it away. Harley is screaming as bullet hits all around him. "Fuck, shit, piss, horse shit in a bear's ass." I like that.
Yeah.
Alexander drops the mag out of his gun, but doesn't have another one. Marlboro rolls from cover, grabs his gun, and runs. Alexander draws his pistol. Harley is reloading from behind cover and counting how much each bullet counts. This is what Zach was talking about. And it is funny. I like it.
It's funny, yeah.
Marlboro uses his bandana to tie off his bullet wound. Harley gets to his feet, and now everyone is back to stalking each other through the airplane graveyard. Alexander drops down from the top of an airplane and tackles Marlboro to the ground. He punches his wound, which is always a move that I fear in movies where you like punch the bullet wound, you know?
Yeah.
Alexander puts Marlboro up to the plane and points the gun at his head and says, "You're going to die today. If you want to make it fast, tell me where the money is. If you want to make it slow, don't. It's your choice." Marlboro says, "It's a good day for dying. I'll do it slow." Like a fucking man. 1991 man. Then he spits in Alexander's face. And never a big fan of that in movies. Just then, Harley says, "Hey, Slick, cut him loose." Alexander grabs Marlboro and spins around using him as a human shield with the gun to his head. Marlboro sees Harley pointing the gun at him and Alexander, and he says, "Oh, shit, I'm a dead man." Which I like. Alexander asks where the money is, but Harley cocks his gun, and Alexander brings Marlboro closer to him. Marlboro says to his friend, "Squeeze it, Harley. Just squeeze it." Tension builds, and Harley shoots Marlboro in the shoulder. Alexander asks again where the money is, but Harley takes aim. Marlboro says, "Shoot the bastard. Don't think, just shoot him." Harley looks down, then looks up and shoots. He hits Alexander in the arm, causing him to launch his gun in the air and drop Marlboro. Harley shoots him again and hits him in the head. Then so does Marlboro with the gun he just caught. They both shoot Alexander multiple times in the head and he falls over. If this was 2022, his head would explode. But he just takes multiple hits to the head with a fucking Desert Eagle.
Yes.
Harley rushes up to Marlboro, and Marlboro says the kill was his. How did it feel? Harley says, "Best $12 I ever spent." Harley asks Marlboro how he's feeling, and he says, "Like I was rode hard and put up wet." Harley tells him to shake it off. They have one more. As they walk through the airplane graveyard, Marlboro says, "I can't believe you shot me, Harley." He hits him with his hat and says, "Dickhead, you fucking shot me." And, you know, ultimately as like sort of the climactic shootout, this was okay. Dustin, thoughts on this shootout at all?
It's fine. But again, at this point in the movie, I'm not enjoying myself with these guys. So I just wanted it to end.
It's no exploding football, right?
Right. It's, yeah, I mean, look, if we were going to do the side-to-side comparison, there's much more joy and humor and fun, you know, and it's just like, and I think part of it too is like, we've seen this scene a million times. You shot me. I can't believe you shot me. Like, you know, the friend shoots the friend, and but they're one step closer to their ultimate vengeance, and now they go on to the anyway,
which is not vengeance. It's to get the bar back. Still, with no
one to run it
or owner,
to no one to. They don't have any legal ownership of it.
Precedence.
They have no. No, if anything, you know, Vanessa Williams now owns probably whatever's left.
Yeah.
But that means nothing to us and Harley, you know.
I will say, too, the villains are so generic in this that it doesn't have the same impact that it would if they were more memorable. Like if they were bigger name villains. Because, again, the heroes, there's tons of big name heroes. But the villains are like... You know, at this time in 91, we didn't know who Daniel Baldwin was or even really care.
No.
So
we just knew him as Fat Baldwin.
Yeah. So the movie,
as opposed to now when we care a lot,
right?
And he's still Fat Baldwin.
But all you care about in this scene is them, and so there's an element that's lacking, emotional element that's lacking, because you don't care about these guys. You know they're gonna get killed. Versus them, maybe they won't, you know, like if it's a Gene Simmons or whatever from Runaway. But I like the I think it's funny. I think this you know, assholeness aside with these two guys, this scene is funny to me. And I like the banter. So, you know, it gets a passable grade for me.
Yeah. No, I mean, no, Zach, I'm with you on the scene. I'm invested. If I'm into it, I'm here for the ride at this point. I'm invested. And the thing that, like, guys and gals, if you haven't fucking seen the movie, but you've made it this far, like, there's little things that we're not describing, like how cool Don Johnson looks with the gun. Like, he's everything he's doing, not just the dialogue. He looks cool doing it as well. And I do think Don Johnson is the glue that holds this fucking movie together.
He's falling apart at this point, though.
Yeah. He's just like his boots.
Mm-hmm.
Cut to the helicopter Alexander and his men used to get to the airplane graveyard flying over L.A. We see Ginty says, "I find it hard to believe you greased those cue balls, but it's a good thing somebody did." Harley asks, "Why is that?" Ginty says, "They were pussies. Their clothes were made out of lightweight Japanese Kevlar." I was like, okay. They were pussies because they were wearing the right body armor.
But they weren't real men like you guys.
Yeah, because it's I think it's implied here that Ginty was like a Vietnam vet. So, like, yeah, which is sort of like a meta exterminator, sort of thing. There's a meta thing going on here with Ginty,
oh,
right?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. All right, we're in literally the last, 8 minutes of the film. Cut to Chance and Kimiko in his office having a meeting via Skype with Japanese board members. Tom Sizemore is speaking Japanese. At least I hope he is. I don't know.
I'm going to say no. I'm going to say he's doing a shitty impression.
It sounds like it. Yep. He sees the helicopter land on the helipad. Inside the helicopter, Harley gives Ginty a wad of money and says, "You work for us now." In the office, Chance sees Harley and Marlboro get out of the helicopter, but he continues his meeting. In the elevator, Harley says to Marlboro, "Here's what we'll do. As soon as I ask him to change the lease and he says no, just shoot his ass dead." "Why me?" Harley says, "I'm all out of bullets," because he's broke this whole time. Harley and Marlboro get off the elevator.
Harley says he's all out of bullets at that point?
No, Chance says. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Harley says it because he's broke. Yes, you're right. I'll cut what I just said.
Oh, wait. Okay. So Marlboro Man.
Harley's all out of bullets. Marlboro Man is not.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah, cigarette boy.
Yeah. Harley and Marlboro get off on the elevator and walk into Chance's office. Chance is talking on the phone, but Harley shoots it and says, "Looking for Chance Wilder. You him?" And yeah, Tom Sizemore does this like comedic look at the phone and then looks back and says, "That's right." Marlboro Man says, "Deal away, Harley." Harley walks up with the bag of money and says, "Well, here, this is yours. We took it. Wasn't right of us. So now you can change the lease back to the Rock and Roll Bar and Grill."
The Hard Rock Cafe.
Right? Marlboro says, "No handouts, no breaks, just a fair deal. That's all we're asking." Chance says, "You guys must be charmed to have made it this far." Marlboro retorts, "Well, 4 of our friends are dead. No, we're not charmed. We're just pissed off." Chance says, "That's too bad. Sorry I pissed you off. The lease stands, okay? So if you came here to kill me, do it now. If not, get the fuck out of here. I don't have time to play with you guys." Harley says, "This ain't a game." Chance says, "All business is a game one way or another. Selling drugs ain't no game. It's not your average game, that's true. I actually like this. I make $500,000 a year to sit in this office and run this bank. I make another $50 million a year to sit in the same office and run those drugs. Now that's a big game and it's big time. I like that. I really fucking dig that."
His energy turns on in this scene too.
Yeah.
Like he suddenly starts to get it towards the end.
Yeah, agreed. Totally agree.
But why does he have to work at the bank if he's making $50 million?
Because well, I take it he needs those connections. He needs that status in order for him to make those drug deals. That's what I take it as. I know.
I mean,
yeah,
maybe the same way a politician, does the shit behind the scenes, makes fucking,
And at the time, this kind of goes back to the whole thing that Gecko is the from Wall Street is the most evil character in 80s America, is the businessman, is the banker, So here the banker's the drug dealer. So it's like it's perfect storm of evil. Harley says, "Well, game's over. Go ahead and do it, Marlboro." Marlboro aims his gun at Chance, but can't pull the trigger. He says it's not right. Harley reminds Marlboro that this scumbag killed their friends just for laughs. But he says it still ain't right. My old man used to tell me, before he left this shitty world, never shoot an unarmed man. Harley says, Marlboro, fuck your old man. Your old man's dead. And I do like how Marlboro says, leave my old man out of this, all right? That's the callback, Dustin, to earlier when you were like, there was no joke or whatever. For me, this is where the joke is. So Marlboro keeps saying, my old man says this, old man says that. Harley's like, fuck your old man. But then Marlboro's like, oh, leave my old man out of this. But you're the one that brings up the old man all the time. Is it a good joke, Dustin? I don't know.
It's not.
Touche.
It's not.
Harley takes his gun and throws it at Chance and says, now he's armed. But Marlboro says, the gun's empty, Harley. So what? This piece of shit gives drugs to kids. He should have led with that.
Yeah, no, totally. I mean, that they have a throwaway line with Jose Cuervo. Was it Jose's little brother that died?
Died because of it, yeah.
Fucking throwaway line, It's like none of this shit mattered in the movie.
Yeah. Just like the drugs didn't matter, and just like the entire movie didn't matter. But,
pretty much.
But okay. Poor Dustin. Dustin's like, please, God, get me out of this. Just then, two goons with shotguns walk in and tell Marlboro and Harley to drop their weapons. Marlboro puts his gun on the floor. Chance asks if they really thought they would just walk in and shoot him. They said that was the plan. Chance laughs and tells his men to shoot them. But before they can do, the helicopter drops down and hovers. Ginty, in the pilot seat, waves for Harley and Marlboro to move. Then a Gatling gun drops from the bottom of the helicopter. Everyone except the two poor bastard goons get out of the way as Ginty opens fire on the office. The goons are killed, and then Ginty waves goodbye and leaves. And then a piece of dialogue that I don't understand happens. Chance laughs. What did you do? Did you pay him? Harley says, no, man, that's your money. You paid him. He did that for free. I don't get what any of that means. No,
he didn't do it for free.
He didn't.
He got paid to do it.
Because
he said, you work for me now.
Exactly. That's what I don't get. And by the way, Tia Carrere's in the scene. She doesn't say anything. She doesn't do anything, but she's there the entire time.
Looking good.
Yeah, she is. She got some kind of like button-down top going on. Oh, Jesus. Chance gets pissed and says to Marlboro, like your buddy says, fuck your old man. Let's see what you're made of. Marlboro picks up the gun, but still can't shoot it, so he throws it at Chance, then tackles him when he tries to grab it. They both fight by the broken window, and Chance is about to fall, but he points the gun at Marlboro, who kicks it as he shoots. But then Chance grabs Marlboro's boot to prevent himself from falling. It works better in the movie than me describing it. It really does.
Yeah.
Marlboro falls to the ground and holds onto the desk while Chance holds onto his boot to prevent himself from falling. Harley grabs Marlboro's hand as he loses his grip on the desk. As Harley begins pulling Marlboro back from the ledge, his boot that Jance is holding onto is ripping apart. Finally, it comes undone, and Chance falls to his death. He holding onto the boot. It rips apart in his hand. Harley tells Marlboro, "Guns are made to be shot, not thrown." And Marlboro says, "I was just trying to even the odds," which is a callback to Harley throwing the shotgun, yada, yada, yada. Cut to Marlboro putting on a new pair of boots at a rodeo. He asks Harley where he's off to this time. Harley asks if he wants to come with him, but Marlboro says he can't. Harley says, "I shouldn't have asked. You never say yes." And I was like, oh man, the writer is just writing him like a woman at this point. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but I'm just saying, like, it's what he's doing.
No, it's a relationship.
Yeah, it's a relationship. They look at each other and Marlboro tells him to get out of here. They shake hands and hug, but don't say anything, like real 90s men. The rodeo announcer says, "This is Robert Lee Edison, a third-generation cowboy with his own brand of misery. He hails from Las Vegas and hasn't seen the back of a bull's neck since he got off real hard in the National Finals Rodeo 7 years ago. Let's see what he gets done on a bull called Hondo." And we see him ride it. Marlboro pats the bull and says, "Okay, big boy, let's make it a good one." He rides the bull to a cheering crowd as Harley drives down the road and spots a hot brunette hitchhiker. He says to her, "Where are you heading?" She says, "Nowhere special." He says, "Come on, I'll take you there."
And she looks an awful lot like the one in his photo.
Yep. She gets on his motorcycle, and they drive down the highway. The fucking end. Dustin, oh, God. Dustin, final thoughts, my man. Anything
an emotional
we missed
release
during this conversation?
What happens to the money?
What happens to the money? Agreed. Or what happens to that?
What happens?
Got new boots.
There's a lot of murders that are sort of unaccounted for.
Like all of their friends?
Yeah, which, and the guy in the plane and the
the luggage guy, yeah.
This whole thing has gotten down in the building. And, let's not forget, these aren't cops. This isn't like something went down and the cops, all was right in the end. This is like, these guys are still criminals.
Yep.
They're two-bit hoods that end up with this money, and at some point, somebody would be questioning them about a lot of things. The bar, the rock and roll diner. I mean, just
so what happens to the bar? Who runs it? Is Lulu running it?
I think that's done. Right? Because the bank, I don't know.
But they go to Chance Wilder. Their final play is to get the deal, like get a better deal. And
do they get the deal though?
And
No.
Okay, so they kill him. So who, I
think that's it. It would have been cool to maybe end up with Vanessa Williams or something. Maybe a little Harley Vanessa Williams denouement, some kind of resolution with that, whether they give the money. I would have liked to see them maybe at their friends' graves or something, because they've now achieved the revenge, but what the fuck is the point? And then he just goes back to riding a bull. Like, we introduced this thing that we never heard about Don Johnson's character. Now for the first time we're learning he's riding a bull, and then fucking Harley's just heading back to Texas or whatever. Yeah, it's all a big who cares across the board.
Dustin's across the board.
Across the board. It's just
who
like,
gives a fucking shit about this movie? And I think the weird thing is, I think you're right, because I remember, I went to film school, Towson University. Take that for what you will. Although I will say, Mike Flanagan came out of the same film school that I did, so that's something.
Not judging.
But
film school.
but the first thing out of the gate that like my screenwriting 101 teacher said was like, when you write a story, like, what is the point of that story? Like, what is the point of this? And Dustin, to your point, you have to ask, like, what did Harley Davidson and the Marlboro Man get out of this? I'd say Marlboro got his life probably on point, but Harley just goes back to being who he was. Doesn't seem like he grew or learned anything, and there's no resolution with Lulu. And I'm with you. I would want to just like see them give her the money or something, or even him say, like Harley say to Marlboro, like when he's about to get on that bull, like, hey, I got to go back to LA to give Lulu the money, the deed to the place or whatever. But at this point, we just think that the movie tells us Harley and Marlboro took that money and fuck Lulu, like fuck her and fuck her hard.
Yeah,
not in a good way.
And the families of their friends, and I mean, just the whole family. The whole point of this fucking place that you grew up with as kids. This old man who's your surrogate father. I mean, it's fuck all of them. Sorry you guys died. Sorry I had a shitty plan.
Zach, my man, you are the one that probably loves this movie the most. Give us some final thoughts, man. Give us some love on this film. Put some icing on the cake,
Well, I think if you turn the sound off and just watch this movie visually, there's a lot to take in and appreciate. You put on your favorite music and just like take in the visuals. I think everything in the middle was just to set up the ending, really. The ending of one guy turning the corner and the other guy continuing to do what he's been doing all his life. So I loved it. I didn't, when I saw it when I was 15, I again, there were parts of it I loved and some parts I hated. I still feel the same way. There's enough moments in it for me where I'm just like, I like these little vignettes. I enjoy these things. Is it flawed as hell? Oh, totally. But just to see what could have been, the story building that happens in my own mind made it enjoyable. Seeing his boots rip off at the end is funny. It's a great. Funny scene. Like there's some funny scenes in this movie. And then that opening with Wanted Dead or Alive is fucking classic to me. It's like it's
so good.
It's great.
It's so fucking good.
That 1 minute, boy. Oof.
Yeah.
Well, and that scene goes on for like 3.5 minutes or something, even longer maybe. But doesn't matter. Like to me, like there's
an hour and 40-minute movie. Like what?
Yeah, no, it's flawed. It's flawed as hell for sure. But there's enough moments where I'm like, man, these guys were. Don Johnson still is, but there was a time when you look at Mickey Rourke, you're like, this guy was on top of his game, and this is the last moment of him being on top of his game. From here, it just goes downhill. So it's an interesting time capsule movie. Nostalgia's a hell of a drug. I'll just keep it at that.
In 2022, would you recommend this movie, or is it one of those things where it's like to a very specific person that you would recommend this to?
Yeah. If you are a fan of these guys, of crappy buddy movies, like a bad movie night. Yeah, this is a good bad movie. This is a good bad movie night for sure, because you can laugh at it and just be like, oh God, kind of thing. Don't watch it going into it thinking you're gonna fucking get Lethal Weapon, because you're not.
No,
you're definitely not. No. It's not. Shane Black wrote this.
No.
And Don Michael Paul maybe wanted to be Shane Black, but
isn't.
At the end of the day, too, it's like you can't give put all the excuses on Mickey Rourke. It's a combination of a lot of things. But Chelsea Field worked her butt off. Don Johnson oozes likability throughout the whole thing. It's like he took a shitty character and made you actually not like him, but go, yeah, but there's something about him that makes me want to like him.
No, I think you're right. The first time, I think he took a shitty character. Dustin called that out because I didn't even see that. I only saw Don Johnson, but I think he took a shitty character and made him likable.
Yeah, and I appreciate Dustin. Dustin's perspective because it definitely, made me look at it through a different lens. And but I will still continue to watch it with that lens as well.
Yeah. Oh, I love Dustin's perspective on this one. It's very, very interesting. Dustin, is there any way, who is the person you would recommend this movie for?
People that like to waste their time. Yeah, if you have nothing better to do, yeah, that's that person. I mean, that sounds blunt, but I like Zach's summary. It's like, it's not that it's a bad movie. It's just that we watched it with the sound on.
Touché.
Like, oh,
I
man.
slate that. That should have been the fucking pull quote on the cover. It's
like,
not a bad movie. Just don't watch it with the sound
just
on.
do something else and have the sound off.
Listen to put on Slippery When Wet, Bon Jovi's album featuring Wanted Dead or Alive. Just put that on repeat and watch the whole movie.
There you go. I think that actually is a perfect summary of the film. I think it's a good movie to put on the background. I tell people if they've never seen it, just watch it once for Don Johnson. After that, if you have seen it when you were a kid and you think you loved it, just leave it there. Just leave it there in your memory, and you'll have a good time with it.
Yeah, leave it there.
Leave it
Watch
there.
it for Don's Johnson.
Dustin, what I know this month is the entire, $2 late fee Podcasting After Dark, Harley Davidson, the Marlboro Man crossover event. But can you give us any insight into what's coming after that on $2 late fee?
Great question. My brain is a little mushy. I would say, what do we got going on? We'll have, well, I can't give you any insight because until we have the stuff in the can, I never say, hey. So,
I respect
yeah.
and I'm with you on that one, buddy. I know what you mean.
We've got a lot lined up. Yeah,
hopefully it pays off.
A lot lined up. We'll say that. Yeah, but no, if you should maybe look at the back catalog. June was Streets of Fire month. Walter Hill, excellent interview with Michael Pare and Stoney Jackson. I mean, that's two separate interviews. Yeah. Thanks for having me, guys.
Dustin, buddy, I love you, man, and I appreciate you sitting through 4.5 hours of Harley Davidson, the Marlboro Man offline. Zach and I both know how you truly felt about this movie, and I gotta say, Dustin was an absolute fucking trooper for sitting through this entire fucking thing.
Yeah, and it's not even so much the movie as it is just, you guys know that my mental capacity taps out at 90 minutes.
I know.
This is so beyond what I'm capable of. So thank you.
I love these crossover episodes. Guys and gals, if you've not listened to the Wraith episode that we did last year, please do. Please go back and listen to that. Please check out everything that $2 late fee has going on, both on their free feed and on their Patreon. You will hear me on there as well. Guys and gals, if you love a podcaster, if you love an artist, fucking support them on fucking Patreon. We all have the same bills everyone else does. And you know what? If whether it's $2 late fee, whether it's Pat or just somebody else, just support a fucking podcaster on Patreon. It really helps. We're all trying to do some good shit here, but honestly, I got to say, $2 late fee, they have some great stuff going on. We have also some great stuff going on from everything in the BFOP network. Check out Action. Check out Talking Back. Check out Throwback Trivia Takedown, Blast from Our Past, Cartwright, a Seinfeld podcast, People Don't Forget, Comics Underground, and a slew of other podcasts that are either coming or going. Return, Revenge, Resurrection. It's all kinds of good shit. It's great. It's great shit all across the board. And I loved doing this episode with you guys. I love the annual $2 late fee crossover episode, and I can't wait to see what fucking Dustin has for next year because it's your pick, my friend. And I just gotta say, for Harley Davidson, the Marlboro Man, to you, Dustin, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I did this to you. Zach, you know you loved it, but as always,
we'll catch you on the dark side.
It's better be dead and cool than alive and watching this movie. Be sure to subscribe to Podcasting After Dark and give us a 5-star rating on iTunes. Support Podcasting After Dark on Patreon. Follow us on Instagram and Facebook at Podcasting After Dark. And visit us next time for another installment of Podcasting After Dark with Corey Stevenson and Zach Schaefer.